Anglais, anglais. Angolais, angolais. Non, anglais. English okay? English, it's okay. I'm on English. I'm on English, so.
Go to the French.
La séance est ouverte. L'ordre du
On our agenda this morning, we have a Commission statement on combating desertification, 16th session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Convention. It is my pleasure to welcome Commissioner Jessica Rothwell this morning. I give you the floor right away, Madam.
Thank you, President. Honourable members. Healthy soils are fundamental for our collective future. Without rich and fertile soils, we have no food, and many farmers have their livelihoods affected. We must pay more attention to combating land degradation and enhancing drought resilience for our economy and for our security. Europe is not immune to these issues. One of our key political priorities for the coming mandate, the new water resilience strategy, comes from the realization that our European and global water are under unsustainable pressure. At the same time, our joint research centre, Soil Observatory, notes that at least 62% of EU soils are affected by degradation. Droughts have substantial impacts on nearly all regions of the EU. This is why I traveled to Riyadh for the opening of the desertification COP16 on my first day as European Commissioner. I wanted to send a strong signal of the EU's clear commitment to multilateralism and to cooperation with international partners on our key environmental challenges. The desertification COP followed the 2 meetings of the Climate and Biodiversity COPs, and the day before it started, countries failed to agree on a global treaty on plastic pollution. On desertification, despite the EU's strong engagement, we reached mixed results in Riyadh. Parties were not able to reach a compromise on the main topic on the agenda, an instrument to address droughts. It is disappointing that we cannot bridge our differences and reach consensus on such critical issues. We were also disappointed of the outcome on the gender and civil society organizations. The participation of these organizations increased transparency and democratic accountability. Their contribution is essential. However, some countries increasingly challenge the role and contributions of civil society organizations. Finally, we were disappointed that parties were reluctant to embrace synergies across the 3 Rio Conventions on desertification, climate, and biodiversity. However, we did also make progress on several fronts, and every bit of multilateral success is worth celebrating. We reached an agreement on establishing the science policy interface as a permanent body. We also adopted decisions on land tenure, on migration related to desertification, land degradation and droughts, and on avoiding, reducing and reversing degradation on agricultural land. It was the first time in history of the Convention that agricultural land degradation was addressed. We must look at sustainable agriculture practices and healthy land together. Finally, after a 10-year freeze, parties agreed to increase the core budget of the Convention. This is an important step to ensure that global challenges like desertification, drought, or water scarcity are properly addressed in the multilateral agenda. The EU is contributing to the concrete implementation of the Convention, particularly through our continued support for the Great Green Wall, an inspiring UNCCD flagship initiative that the EU is proud to champion. Building on this commitment, the EU has launched the 2nd phase of the UN World Restoration Flagship, Re-Greening Africa, which is a key contribution to the Green Wall initiative. Honourable members, the EU and its member states will need to step up efforts to protect our values and implement international commitments in the UNCCD and within the EU. In this regard, I'm happy to report that the Commission is responding to the commitments of the European Court of Auditors by developing a methodology to assess land degradation and desertification for the EU. This will require careful preparation and strategic alliances. We need to address land use, climate change, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, and pollution in a coherent manner. Honourable members, these are reflections from my first ever COP, and I am convinced that this COP on desertification needs to be more central. We also cannot look at the outcome of Riyadh without acknowledging that international negotiations have become more difficult, more complex, interconnected, when the world is facing several ecological crises. Biodiversity, climate, food, water and energy challenges are all interconnected with land use. I'm now looking forward to hearing your views. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We'll now open up our discussion with the representatives of the political groups. For the EPP group, Carmen Crespo-Diaz.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Thank you for putting water fully onto the agenda in the new Commission. We have desertification in Tabernas in my country, and 80% of fruit and veg coming from that region. We've seen that there's a 20% lower water footprint, and this is a miracle. We're seeing next generation funds and investment funds going into infrastructure where science is doing its research, doing its job, and letting us move in that direction. We need to look at water sources, but we also need to look at prevention, and we need to ensure that we're treating land the right way. So we need a circular economy, we need to look at wastewater, we need to look at reuse, so that we are making full use of underwater, groundwater sources too in future. Every single resource at our disposal, so that countries like Spain are working on preventive water infrastructure, working on agricultural land, and bringing taxes down, VAT on food, for instance, and looking at what Trump has done with his executive order too. We need to look at our food sources, and I'm delighted to see that the new Commission and the new Commissioner are working hard on water.
Merci. Pour le groupe social.
Thank you. For the Socialist Group, Marta Temido.
Señor Presidente.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, desertification and soil degradation, like climate change, are a reality that jeopardizes the most basic human rights, such as the right to food or access to clean and safe water. They particularly affect the most vulnerable communities, women, children, and indigenous peoples, who are so threatened in certain regions of the world. COP16, which took place in Riyadh last December and was reinforcing the urgency of combating land degradation, desertification and drought through intensified international collaboration and an integrated approach. The EU reaffirmed its commitment to the global goal of land degradation neutrality, a central objective of the UNCCD, and its commitment to achieving this goal by 2030 by encouraging member states to adopt policies that favour land restoration and the implementation of sustainable agricultural practices. For this reason, the EU must continue to encourage the adoption of regenerative agricultural practices, such as agroecology, which respect natural ecosystems and contribute to the restoration of degraded soils. And we must fight for the implementation of the Nature Restoration Act by member states. Including civil society and the private sector in this fight must be at the centre of our policies, which require supporting initiatives. We have one civil society initiative in my country, Portugal, which is a good example of this fight. The Pro-Alentejo Cork Oak Forest Initiative. The aim is to promote the construction of an active forest barrier in the south of Portugal based on cork oak and holm oak forests, with the aim of mitigating the effects of climate change, combating desertification and protecting biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. For the Patriots, Julien Leonardelli.
Merci.
Thank you very much, President. COP16, without any shadow of a doubt, was the biggest meeting of states to date on the subject of desertification. It took place in Riyadh, where participants could note the degree to which the regional powers who were based on agriculture were suffering. This is a veritable scourge which is at our doors now. We can already see it happening in Greece and Italy, but also in my region, in the south of France, in Occitanie, where we can see that when there are heat waves, the provision of drinking water is rationed for citizens, and where we're seeing forest fires more and more frequently. Today, it's no good coming out with false promises and good intentions. We can see that our citizens need more than just the promises that are coming from people's ideas that they're pulling out of their imagination. We need to short-circuit things. We need to get rid of unbridled free trade and globalization that's polluting our airs and our oceans. We need to follow the model of the Gulf countries. Let's not just stand watching. Let us be let's take it into our own hands to do something before it's too late.
Francesco.
Thank you. Francesco Ventola for the ECR Group.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Looking at the COP16 report, desertification and drought are not only environmental emergencies, but social and economic threats to all. Looking at the data, 40% of global land has degraded, and we're seeing over 300 billion euros of annual economic losses. The crisis in Italy particularly affects farmers. It's increasingly essential to ensure that we have infrastructure to optimize conservation of water resources. We need wastewater reuse. We shouldn't waste a single drop. We can no longer accept false environmental policies that get in the way of innovation and true sustainability. We should take any path that science and technology opens up to us to try to tackle the issue of desertification. Colleagues, let us not just talk about problems. Let's get on with solving them. Let's do it with determination for the well-being of our territories, for Europe and for future generations. Thank you. Thank you very much. For the Renew Group, our dear colleague Martin Hojsík.
Předsedající, vážená paní komisárka, vážené kolegy.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. Symbolically, the conference on desertification took place in Saudi Arabia in the heart of a desert. But this is not an issue of concern only to Saudi Arabia or Africa. We can see that in Cyprus, Italy, in other regions across Europe, in the centre of Europe, in Slovakia, for example. Each year we see more and more land that can no longer be properly worked. It is being lost before our very eyes. We are seeing water scarcity, drought. In our time, we are seeing a climate crisis become a disaster. In parts of Slovakia, farmers are losing 40% of their harvest due to desertification. As European Parliament rapporteur on the soil monitoring law, I would like to see more support for this legislation. We need to strive for an agreement in Europe. We can work with this law to create an agreement.
Alliance Libre Européenne.
For the Greens, Paul Holmgren.
Thank you, President, Commissioner Rousseau. Climate change in reality is not just a question of the planet getting warmer, but there are greater threats in large parts of the world because of a change in precipitation patterns. There's more precipitation, heavier in the places where we already have it when it comes to water, but also in this context that we're discussing now, in many places, not least where there are large parts of the world population and production of food, slowly but surely things are getting drier and drier. There's a huge acute threat to us and our production of food. This isn't just something that affects other parts of the world. This affects us in Europe as well. We can see parts of southern Europe where maize and wheat harvests have been reduced to the tune of 60% in terms of their harvest. We know that the drier climates, the drier local and regional climates, bring with them all sorts of risks. Terrible flooding, for example, that we saw in Valencia most recently, because this is made worse because the ground had been dried out so much so it couldn't absorb the water when the water came. As Commissioner Rousseau noted, COP16, yes, took some steps forward in certain contexts, but as is often the case in this sort of organised event, we missed a great deal. We failed to get a binding global framework to counter desertification. If people and politicians at the end of the 90s had taken the responsibility and looked at the science that was on the table then, we wouldn't be where we are now. But we are where we are now, and that means that not least us in the EU have to show our ambition level is being raised, work harder to do more to deal with the climate.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. For the left, Catarina Martins.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, President. In the next 25 years, 3 out of 4 people will be affected by drought worldwide. That is a disaster, and it's happening already. This has occurred decades earlier than predicted, and it's happening very fast in Europe. We need to work globally. The EU needs to act at all levels to achieve the goals. In Portugal, super intensive agriculture has led to significant proportions of the population of Alentejo and other regions to a life without water. You can't generate wealth. Everything's exported, including the profits, and then the land is degraded. It's not about agriculture versus anyone else. We need to work against the multinationals of agri-food. That's who we should be working against, and we should address those very powerful economic interests.
Katarina.
Thank you very much, dear Katarina. For the European of Sovereign Nations Group, Susanna Borvindig.
Tisztelt kollégák, Magyarország termőföld.
Honourable members, Hungary's soils are drying up too as a result of man-made activity. The natural water balance of the Carpathian Basin would provide sufficient water if we managed it in the most suitable way, but today everything is driven by profit and the environment exploited. Our floodplains are being turned into cropland and rivers are running through the country instead of soaking the soil. EU decision-making on climate crisis focuses on air quality and uses this as a pretext to create unenforceable emissions rules. The new technologies used to achieve this increase soil pollution and pollution of the groundwater. In Hungary, we also have water pollution caused by battery factories. This means that the economic lobbies in Hungary are overriding environmental protection in our country. The earth is a complex system and it requires a complex response. It's not possible to single out individual problems. If we want real solutions, we must work towards localism and use EU funds to support nature-friendly solutions that are appropriate to local characteristics.
Christine Schneider.
Thank you. Christine Schneider, 2 minutes.
Frau Kommissarin.
Commissioner, honourable members, desertification is a global challenge. The EU is increasingly hard hit. Food security is something that we deemed a given for a long time. It now is in jeopardy. We need to work with our farmers to find a solution What would happen if we were to try to take decisions above their heads? We've seen the outcome in recent years. Farmers' protests have become a daily occurrence at our very door. We know the water resilience strategy has caused some concern. A couple of points. Firstly, we need smart water management. Let's use AI to make more efficient distribution of water. Let's reuse wastewater and expand the water efficiency infrastructure. Second point, we need drought-resistant seed to protect harvests in extreme climate conditions. We need new cultivation technologies, and we need to put an end to the blockade in the Council. Thirdly, we need innovative irrigation solutions. We need precision irrigation data, ensure that we target the water precisely where it is needed to avoid waste. We need to harness this type of technology more so that we make our farming more efficient, more sustainable. To sum up, if we want to ensure food security, we need new technologies, innovative solutions, and work closely with our international partners and our farmers, and of course with consumers. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue. Sakis.
Thank you very much. Sakis Arnoutoglu.
Η γη πηγή ζωής, η γη μας πηγή ζωής.
Since the beginning of time, the Earth has been the source of life for us, and we're now facing a source of extinction. We have to prevent the conversion of fertile areas into deserted landscapes, because when the soil's destroyed, human life is at stake, and we can't thrive on scorched earth. So we need to have a rational management of natural resources and stop inaction. The continuation of the present course we're on will lead to harvesting the consequences of our indifference rather than the fruits of the earth. So I propose that we conclude a pact for the living land, an agreement that would provide for the compensation of any lost land by the regeneration of twice as much land through sustainable investments, and that sort of initiative could be a global paradigm for the management of soil. It's not a utopian idea, this is an imperative. Despite the efforts to protect the planet, we're now seeing that some people are actually looking towards space and ignoring what we need to do immediately on Earth to save us here, looking to have a conquest of the red planet rather than safeguarding our green planet. And the rhetoric of those who doubt that the fact is urgent and are reducing environmental challenges to political games. So nature is making an urgent appeal. It's calling out. Let's listen to her before silence becomes more deafening. The time for action is now, and those who are looking to seek refuge on other planets, let's remind them that there are already desertification conditions there, and we need to act before our planet ends up in the same way.
Mireia Borràs Pavón.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, honourable members, let me clear, COP16 has been another spectacular show of hypocrisy. Global leaders travel to Saudi Arabia on private jets. They flout so many environmental legislation, the legislation that you here in Brussels impose on our farmers. So what results did we secure? We got nowhere, no binding commitments. Commissioner, we face a real problem. 70% of Mediterranean farmland is at risk of desertification. In Spain alone, some 2 million hectares have been classified as desert land. What is the Commission doing? Doing the same thing it always does. Fine words. We need to recognise that the main problem is a lack of investment in the proper water management systems. We are losing millions of tonnes of irrigation because we have antiquated infrastructure in place. in conditions with scarce water conditions. There are examples of countries that managed to revolutionize their farming, whereas in Europe, our farmers are forced to abandon their farmland. In Vox, we will stick to our guns. We suggest a national water management plan. What is the left voting? Well, they're voting as a bloc, and the EPP, they vote against our initiatives too. Let's have a look at Jaén and other regions in Spain, where the EPP is expropriating farmland for large-scale photovoltaic farms. Is that really going to help with desertification if you're throwing away olive trees and encouraging desertification? I'm not surprised to see the EPP and the left supporting protesters against their own policies. They really need to rein in the hypocritical show of solidarity with farmers and take real action. Thank you.
Laurence Trochu.
Thank you, Laurence Trochu.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues, looking at what's at stake for the climate, it's rather sad to see that ideological solutions are unfortunately often drowning out common sense. Combating desertification is another example of this, and the responses which have been proposed to what is an undeniable problem are illusory. We're often seeing fierce environmentalist opposal to what are actually reasonable proposals, such as storing water ready to use in the summer. Just seeing man as a predator and a polluter is not the way. We have to use technological progress and research in order to be part of the solution. We cannot have a punitive, authoritarian environmentalism. We have to use technology and be innovative, as the Draghi report said. And our farmers are fed up with the finger being pointed at them for being responsible for what happens to the environment. This is being used as a pretext for mass immigration from the south. Nobody wants that anymore. So, colleagues, in order to face the climate challenge, let us finally jettison ideology.
Billy Kelleher.
Billy Kelleher.
As I stand here, my home country of Ireland is preparing to be battered by one of the strongest storms in decades. And if you look at the weather forecasts across Europe, rain in many areas. So it's this concept that is very hard to understand when we sometimes speak about desertification. But in reality, the scale of this problem, the desertification, should be everyone's concern. It affects land of homes to 1.5 billion people. The UN estimates that 135 million people have already been displaced due to desertification, and this could rise to 700 million by 2050. And this land is also important agricultural land. And the UN estimates that 40% of agricultural land has already been degraded. The consequences are far-reaching: humanitarian, migration, environmental problems, food and water security, political stability or political instability, for global security, for trade and supply chains. There are significant challenges. And each of these consequences will have an impact also on Europe and the daily lives of our citizens. We cannot reverse the problems in the very short term, but we have to plan, and we must make real collective efforts to halt its spread and to address its long-term implications. So while I welcome the commitments at the Conference of the Parties of COP16 of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification, especially regarding the financial commitments from both public and private sector, we do need to ensure that we make a common effort to bring forward the challenges regarding drought and the protocols with regard to tackling same. If we are going to halt this runaway train, we need to have a common, coherent plan for tackling drought, and that involves government, business, local people, scientists and engineers. Thank you.
Merci. Tegethoff.
Thank you very much. Kai Tegethoff.
Thank you. The summer 2024
is the hottest on record in the EU and globally. 13 member states, meaning almost 50% of the member states of the EU, are affected by desertification, and almost 25% of the territory are sensitive to desertification. Still, while the EU promotes the leadership role globally, we are not prepared ourselves. The 16th desertification COP failed to agree on a global drought framework, and the Commission promised to present a water resilience strategy already a year ago. I hope this will come very soon. And Commissioner Roswell, in your introducing words, the first sentence said we need to focus on helping farmers, and the second sentence focused on economy. I think what we really need in that water resilience strategy is water-saving targets. We need to improve efficiency and reuse of water. We need to protect and restore our water supplies and the whole catchment area. And then at the same time, considering the wildfires, the floodings we deal here every single plenary session with, we have to make sure that this water resilience strategy is accompanied and embedded into a real European climate adaptation law. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. João Oliveira.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The problem of desertification is an environmental issue and a climate issue, but it's also an issue of humans' relationship to the environment. It's a social and economic issue too. There are a lot of issues in the COP16 discussions that are relevant here, but we also have to look at the significant difficulties that we still have to overcome. There's a lot to be done still before we can really find solutions to water reuse and a balanced approach to different territories and sustainable, balanced production practices for agriculture. We need a lot of state investment in rural territories to avoid a rural exodus and abandonment of the land. Look at Portugal. We've seen a country with forests, cork oak forests. It's a carbon sink. It's good for preventing fires, and it is also a forest barrier to help prevent drought. We need to take account of all of the characteristics of our territories, the environmental value and the social value that it can have too. Because if you've got jobs and sustainable and balanced production practices, you've got people earning a living. You've got people who want to stay in rural areas to grow crops, but also to help protect the environment. But for that, you need investment. You need to put resources into your natural resources in order to achieve a more effective response to issues such as desertification.
Daniel.
Thank you very much. Daniel Buda.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. Desertification is a fact. There can be no disputing that, and it was underscored at COP16. According to official data, desertification costs over €300 billion per year in damage and affects more than 1.5 billion people, increasing migratory pressures and fueling resource wars. The EU loses €74 billion a year to land degradation. We have failed to take action, and this is leading to a cut in crop yields by at least 10% and will lead to further cuts by 2050, creating shortages in water and food. We need bold action. We need to take swift action to reverse this trend over time. We must protect our land security and invest in innovative technologies, genomic techniques, sustainable water management. We need smart, affordable irrigation systems available to all farmers. At the same time, we need to make more efficient use of wastewater, especially around major urban centres. We need massive investment in desalination of marine water. That must be a strategic priority, an obligation to our citizens. We need incentives for private sector investment, and the Commission must ensure that Member States use money effectively. Europe has the solutions available within reach, but without targeted investment and adequate funding, we will not be able to meet these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we face a choice. Either we take action or future generations will pay the price of our inaction.
Monsieur Bouddha, Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Buda. Now, Maria Grappini.
Domnule președinte, doamna comisar, stimați...
President, Commissioner, colleagues, we're discussing a very important issue here. Shame there aren't more people here in the room. As others have said, both here and in discussions of the declaration itself, 70% of territory is undergoing changes, including drought, with 300 billion euros damage annually, and farmers and the inhabitants of rural areas are in the front line. Hundreds of millions of hectares of land suffer degradation annually, and we see lower water availability. We see water scarcity. You've mentioned the convention and a lack of significant commitments, Commissioner. The EU needs to be vigilant about what is happening worldwide, and we need better national and European instruments to better manage drought. There is a lot that we could do there. We should have more budget for land restoration to increase water resilience, and the European Commission should put forward an EU action plan for combating land degradation in collaboration with Member States. Commissioner, we need more. The European Commission's policies are not simple algebra. You just have a few pluses and minuses. You need to look at the photovoltaic potential, all the potential of our territories, and protection against drought as an overall policy. And we need to give serious thought to how to lessen this pressure on farmers and on citizens. They're really facing the worst of this, and in other places such as the US, they haven't voted for that.
Mathilde Androuet.
Thank you, Mr. Androuet.
À l'issue de la COP16 traitant de la...
At the end of COP16 on desertification that took place in Riyadh, 12 billion have been ring-fenced to try and help this situation, and 10 billion of those come from the Islamic Bank. So the desert nations are helping out the desertification, and yet they're building ski slopes there. Now, we've got environmental problems, which are local problems. You can't come up with globalized responses. COP meetings just set up financial buddies with each other. They don't actually deal with this environmental issues. Major problems such as desertification, you have to have a local vision to deal with this. Water management is a sensitive issue that differs from one country to another, and sometimes from one region to a different region in the same country. If you look in the north of France, crops got too much water, the opposite, in fact, of what we saw in the Eastern Pyrenees, where they have water stress and a longer duration. So you can't find solutions at the European level. Let's look at some of the problems. In Bulgaria, as in Guadeloupe, we can see loss of water because of old, ancient infrastructure. What about replanting hedges and forests so that soils can take up water? Basically, turn to those who know their environment the best, i.e. the farmers, rather than having them financed by oil monarchies. Let us look at local issues and come up with national problems, national solution. Marie Toussaint.
La désertification.
Desertification is another way of describing injustice and climate harm. It first hit the poorest countries hardest, and so for a long time wealthy countries paid little attention to this. Now we are facing this problem. Corsica, one of the poorest regions in the Mediterranean, Perpignan, Mayotte, so many regions without water. Guadeloupe, we are seeing problems, drought. In the Massif Central, small-scale farmers are struggling. They cannot afford to buy fodder for their livestock. Desertification is marching on with indifference because the most vulnerable are worst hit. But let's not be naive. We will soon realise that desertification affects us all. Let's hope it won't be too late. In Africa, 16% of GDP is lost due to desertification. Commissioner, we are not powerless here in Europe. This is a global issue. Desertification is linked to climate crisis and is linked to intensive farming, deforestation. We can and should tackle this. Let's take action, no time to waste.
Thank you very much. Valentina Palmisano.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to look to the Sahara to understand desertification. More and more often, surreal and at the same time dramatic images show transformed landscapes, rivers reduced to paths, dried up lakes. 40% of the soil in southern Italy is already at risk, same as in many Mediterranean countries. It is a phenomenon which is transforming landscapes unchanged for millennia. And this is not only the result of climate change, but also of unsustainable agricultural practices which have impoverished soils. We must change approach, favouring quality production and soil regeneration. Degradation is not inevitable. We can reverse it. We need incentives for agricultural models based on quality and soil regeneration. Politicians must stop funding obsolete practices and support innovation instead. Colleagues, desertification is not just a technical challenge, but a matter of justice towards our territories and, above all, towards future generations. Let it not be the next COP17 that saves European soil, but our concrete commitment today. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Salvatore De Meo is next.
Grazie.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, desertification is one of the most urgent challenges of our time, which is worsened by climate change and actions of humans. It's a social and economic problem as well, that it's affecting biodiversity, security and safety of our own communities and bringing about forced migration. 12 million hectares are degraded each year, and they affect millions of people. So we should sound the alarms. We can see that a scarcity of water needs immediate and ambitious responses. COP16 was an opportunity to reflect on our responsibilities here, because the European Union has to take adequate action, and the resources earmarked for this are still insufficient to achieve the goals. We need to commit ourselves to support sustainable policies to help resilient, sustainable agricultural practices, to help restore water resources and reverse degraded soils. This is very important because no single country can deal with this by themselves. So we know that the consequences of this could be massive, and they're already affecting us on the world scale. We need to look at the complexity of this challenge. We need to use all weapons in our arsenal, science, technology, etc., where people are already working on the international level, and bring in the social society, civil society. We need to invest in the future to combat desertification, to ensure stability for future generations and food security. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Thomas Bachada.
Thank you, Vice President. It's not a story from far, far away. Its serious implications have long been affecting the Mediterranean region due to its unique ecosystems, economic dependencies, and limited natural resources. In southern Spain, over-irrigation has led to soil erosion. In Crete, aquifers have been overexploited, leading to salinization. In the neighboring Sahel region, desertification has displaced millions of people, increasing migratory pressures towards Europe. And in Malta, increased pressure on desalinization plants raised energy consumption and costs, which are passed onto households and businesses. Today, this is not a story only for Southern Europeans. It is also a story shared with other Europeans from temperate and humid climates like Bulgaria. In fact, last year, 45% of the EU's territory faced drought, threatening food production and water security. Desertification is about humanity, our dependence on water for survival, and our need for water security and food security. Therefore, our response must be people-centered. The fight against desertification demands global cooperation, but it also starts at home in this very house. We need to dramatically increase our political commitment to water. We need to preserve our lands, our nature to recover and conserve our water. And dear Commissioner, we need to act now with an ambitious European water resilience strategy before it is too late. As rapporteur of the Parliament's initiative, I call for decisive action to protect our people and resources and build a sustainable future of a livable world for future generations to come. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. France Jamais.
Oui, la désertification.
Desertification is a major threat. But there is another threat that we don't talk enough about, desertification of our seabeds, water heating up. We need to tackle the root causes of this disaster in the Morbihan in France. We have the sterilizing effect of wind parks. There are other initiatives taken, encouraged by the EU, that cause problems here and make it difficult to preserve our ecosystems. For 15 years, we have seen an alarming deterioration in our waters, our maritime assets, a resource that our fishers rely on, and a source of food. This is worsened by land pollution flowing out to our seas and has a bearing on our climate and climate change elsewhere. Our farmers and those hit by by pollution are looking to the seas for solutions. We will not find the right solutions if we do not question the globalist system you have put in place with deregulated trade. We need regional, local, national solutions.
Vicente Marza Ibanez.
Vicente Marza Ibanez.
En los últimos 10 años.
In the last 10 years, desertified territory on the Iberian Peninsula has increased 23-fold. And in the south, we have a territory in transition where we have significant pressure from over-tourism and pressure to build, to urbanize. It's no longer a one-off that there should be no water. It's happening frequently. And this doesn't only affect the inhabitants, but affects farmers particularly. We're also seeing privatization of water. So there's less and less water, and it's in fewer and fewer hands with a profit motive. So we need courageous policy suited to the territory, protecting us from climate change and protecting people against this kind of phenomenon with public state management of water as a resource for the benefit of all citizens.
Ici, il y a un carton bleu.
Thank you. Stay here. There's a blue card from Mr. Oliveira.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Honourable Member, the Government of Portugal recently passed a soil law that allows construction on soil where construction was not previously authorised. So we see both speculation, property speculation. We saw the tragedy in Valencia recently with the floods. So my question is, on the basis of your experience, looking at what happened in Valencia, isn't this decision the kind of decision that we've seen from the Portuguese government that encourages property speculation? Isn't this just going to make everything worse? They're using housing as the pretext, but if we want to protect people against desertification, we want to protect people against natural disasters such as the one which occurred recently in Valencia, isn't it making things worse?
Señor diputado João Oliveira.
Yes, Mr. Oliveira, when you see this pressure to urbanise and to construct, we're just creating the victims of tomorrow. We've seen this in La Habana. We've seen that it is land on which construction was not authorised. Now we're seeing speculation, and people have actually died because of this construction on land where construction should not take place. And we saw the floods, the way in which the watercourses developed was because of the construction practices, the urbanisation. The water had nowhere else to go, and that's what caused the natural disaster. So this unplanned, chaotic urbanisation is guilty.
Sébastien Everdy.
Thank you for that exchange. Now, Sébastien Everding. Ladies and gentlemen, forests precede civilizations and deserts follow them. Back in the 17th century, the French writer Chateaubriand said that. Climate change and the use of fertilizers is exacerbating soil erosion and the extinction of species, and use of groundwater for mining activities in industrial factory farming and irrigation is affecting agriculture. And this contributes to silting of soil and damages ecosystems, drying out marshlands. So we have to have protective zones, we have to have activities taken. Maybe we can focus more on agroforestry, for example. And droughts around the world are threatening the lives of 1.8 billion people and bringing areas to the brink of the abyss. And over and beyond that, they cost about $300 billion a year and are threatening all sorts of important sectors like agriculture, energy and water. As with many other aspects of climate change, here once again, it's much cheaper to act now than to try and compensate for the consequences in the future. Thank you. You can stay here because there's Mr. Everding. There is a blue card request from Mr. Smith. Will you accept it? Yes? Go ahead. Zander Smith.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Everding, I'm up here. Once again, you were railing against mass animal husbandry, wrongly so, because your policies are pushing farmers out of their business and pushing them out of sustainable agriculture to destroying more forests because people are still eating animal protein. So how can that be joined up thinking? Or maybe is it just a question of NIMBY, not in my backyard? Because that isn't sustainable, what you're proposing.
Sehr geehrter Herr Kollege.
Well, thank you very much for that interjection. I have problems understanding it. It's been scientifically proven that mass animal husbandry is a massive emitter of greenhouse gases. There are forests being torn down to provide for feed. If you weren't to do that, there'd be more soil available to grow crops for hungry people. Otherwise, it's all going to animal feed. So the perspectives, I think, are different. Less animal husbandry is good for the environment, is good for people, and good for the environment as well.
Merci, merci.
Thank you very much for that exchange. Gabriella Gazzini.
Tisztelt elnök úr, biztos asszony, tisztelt képviselő.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, camels are lovely animals, but we don't want to move about by camelback. In Hungary, desertification is becoming a growing problem. Some 10% of Hungary's land is affected by desertification. Unfortunately, the government has failed to take action. We see sandstorms, dried out land, and receding usable land. This is having a knock-on effect on food security, and people are leaving regions. For over 20 years, we've been aware of this problem. A study has been carried out. Yet the government in Hungary has failed to take action. It is ignoring the issue of water management, yet investing billions in prestigious, showy projects, sports centres. We urgently need action. We need a European strategy for sustainable water management. We need better soil management and better water management. TISA is the most popular political party in Hungary, and we will build up an environment ministry in Hungary. We will recover European funds and use that, make it available to environmental organisations and farmers.
Thank you. César Luena.
Yes, colega.
Good morning, colleagues. It's a tricky backdrop for this discussion. We've got a climate change denier in the White House, and unfortunately in the EU we're lagging behind. I think Mr. Tusk's speech yesterday shows a lot of dangers. Soil is not a renewable resource. Over the last 25 years, we've seen a 30% increase in drought. Commissioner Roswell, what can the EU do? Defend green policy. That's going to be a kind of counterculture idea pretty soon, looking at the way things are going. Well, desertification and land degradation is something that the European Court of Auditors has already referred to. In 2018, there was a report. We haven't heard anything about that. The land vigilance issue, we've seen cuts and calls to go back in terms of environmental legislation. The same with the UN. We don't need to wait for an international summit to take action. We can put forward specific proposals for action against desertification. That's something that this Parliament called for. There are 4 key measures that we could already take as the EU and set the example, but the right is holding us back. Don't be fooled by that, Madam Commissioner. Many groups will support you.
Vous avez une demande de carton bleu.
Mr. Luena, there's a blue card question for you from Ms. Crespo-Diaz. Will you accept it? You accept it. Ms. Crespo-Diaz, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente. Thank you, President. Mr. Luena, Next Generation, the Recovery and Resilience Fund. Well, in Spain, there is a lack of 49% of what is needed to match the funds. Could we not have a governance to use this funding properly? The S&D would be supporting farmers if it took action in this way, and the Vox deputies criticised the lack of use for agricultural farming. So what would you say about use of Next Generation funds and the 49% that have not been drawn down in Spain?
Estaba mirando, señor presidente, por...
I was just looking to see where the speaker was coming from, because I wouldn't have accepted someone from the far right. Looking at EU funds, despite your group and your policy in Spain, this is actually going forward well in Spain. We're not trying to do what you tried to do with Vice President Ribera. So you're against everything, you're always putting obstacles in our path, but we are applying Next Generation very well in Spain, and will continue to do that. I just have one thing to say to you. It's fine that you ask these questions, but just help us out in Spain instead of always putting obstacles in our way.
Nous donnons la parole à...
Now, Jutta Paulus has the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. When I was a child, deserts were the Sahara or the Gobi. These were impressive, far-off, distant places set out in Karl May's novels. And here we are a few decades later, we're seeing desertification in Spain, in Portugal, in Spain, in Greece, in Hungary, in Bulgaria. And if you stand there wondering, then you've ignored science, or you've believed the lies from the fossil fuels industry. They've invested billions to sow doubt. Doubt that Exxon itself in the 70s knew about, but put it in a dusty drawer and then tried to discredit the green movement. There are people in this house as well, in the right, in the slightly more right to them and the people right of them. And in the desertification conference, we didn't make great headway because the big countries are there around the table. We need to act. We need to have a nature-based solution put forward to deal with this, and also reliable and believable solutions for those countries who are hit hardest. Thank you very much. There's a blue card request. Ms. Paulus? There's a blue card question from Ms. Grappini. Do you accept it? You accept it. I'll give the floor to Maria Grappini.
Colegă, dumneavoastră ați spus numai...
Thank you. You put forward a theory. What is your tangible proposal, though? What would happen in practice? What does your political group actually want to see in terms of land reuse? You say you're against agriculture, industry, everything. What about food security? How can we achieve it?
Thank you very much for that question. Well, I'm slightly puzzled where you get your accusations and information from, because we are the party who is in favour of small, family-centred farming. We're pushing for sustainable agriculture that chimes with what science is recommending. You just need to read it in the reports of our own agencies. The European Environment Agency is an agency of this European Union. There are well-qualified scientists who've spent years and decades working on these issues. And what we set out in our manifestos and our programs really corresponds to what this science is telling us to do, because we stand by science. We don't stand by lobby interests who, unfortunately, are happy to disseminate their papers.
Nicolas.
Thank you. Nicolas Farantouris.
Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση
The European Union and its member states cannot maintain the current hypocrisy we see desertification spreading. 41% of the Earth's surface are affected. That affects the lives of billions on our planet. What we realize today is that we have not got a handle on this. We need to take more than economic measures to tackle the climate crisis. We need to show real political will to reverse desertification, renature the land. We're seeing land lost in the EU. We need to act with resolve. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Jimenez Laraz.
Thank you, President. Water is life, water is development. We're seeing rampant desertification. Water scarcity is a threat, particularly for regions in the south of Europe. The most vulnerable regions are in the front line, but it's a threat to all. It's a basic right. We need water for agriculture, animal husbandry, for avoiding rural depopulation. We need a European Water Pact with integral measures to ensure sustainable, efficient water resource management. It will need funding so that we can build and modernise water infrastructure, such as dams, so that we can manage our periods of drought more effectively. We need funding for creation and modernisation of irrigation systems, so that we can make optimal use of existing water. In the Aragon region, with very dry territories, since 1992, we've had our water pact. That agreement says that we need to do the necessary work for our water resource infrastructure in order to assist the community. But 30 years on, we have very little happening, less than 30 local initiatives. There's a lack of will, there's a lack of funding, and the entire issue has been neglected. Given this inaction by the government of Spain, the EU should play an active role to give a new impulse to all of these infrastructures. It's an obligation.
Loretti.
Thank you. Camilla Loretti.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Desertification is something that needs to be dealt with at a global level because it's risking biodiversity, water resources and food security, and is affecting social justice as well. And it's feared that because of the issues of desertification, by 2050, 200 million people will be forced to migrate. So in Europe, the south is affected by a lack of water and desertification. In Italy, we have areas that have had no rainfall for a long time because of problematic management of water resources. It's a valuable resource. It's not a good. It's something that has to be managed wisely. We need to be able to revalue our soils. We need to take advantage of the resources in an appropriate way. We need to look at sustainable agricultural practices, move away from intensive ones. We can see that desertification is coming our way, and yet we still let it happen. So we have to stop pretending that it doesn't exist. Let us act straight away.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you. Marco Falcone.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, it's winter across our continent, so it might seem a bit odd to be talking about desertification and water scarcity. But actually, in Europe, we should be planning ahead for this kind of huge challenge and emergency before it's too late. I've come here to Strasbourg from Sicily, one of the most important islands in the Mediterranean, together with Sardinia. Both Sardinia and Sicily are at great risk. Over 50% of the territory across those two regions is at risk of desertification over the next 30 years. Climate change is a decisive factor. Unfortunately, combating desertification is not something that we can do alone through Green Deal measures. In fact, that broader package could actually be where we lose the whole impetus. The Court of Auditors called on the EU to take an across-the-board approach in 2018 with action plans. In the European People's Party, we believe in defending territories. We also believe that islands should be given particular attention through serious investment programs targeting infrastructure, not only for energy transition. The EU needs to be courageous enough to have a broader structural program in order for us to make progress across the desert.
Thank you. Don't run away. We have a blue card question for you. There is a blue card for you from Kai Tegethoff. Will you accept that blue card request from our colleague from the Greens? Over to you.
Thank you for your words. What you addressed in the end was very clearly the need to invest in infrastructure. How do you see the connection between investing in infrastructure and fighting desertification? how do you implement Green Deal measures, and how can we actually make sure that we really fight the root cause and not just like increase the problems that we have already? Thank you.
Grazie, collega.
Thank you, colleague. In the EPP, we take a pragmatic approach. The green transition is not the aim in itself. We need a serious investment programme which is calibrated to respect the needs of different territories. We shouldn't go too far in one direction or in another. So intervening in the area of agriculture, technology, with a serious investment plan that will allow us to ensure that we have the proper infrastructure for transfers of water. That's part of the solution. In Sicily, where I'm from, we're not short of water, we're short of infrastructure. Thank you for allowing me to raise that.
Réponse, Parine Léry.
Thank you for your reply. Léry Parine is our next speaker. Honourable members, we have heard it here time and again. We are facing a silent, devastating crisis, desertification, loss of water resources and fertile soil. This is a global crisis that will hit us all hard. In particular, Europe, the southern Mediterranean shore around Alicante, almost half of world surface areas are degraded. This threatens biodiversity and food security. We can see this clearly in the figures. Over billions of the world population suffer from hunger, and there are so many displaced, so many refugees driven away by desertification and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot stand here talk about drought and desertification while at the same time delaying measures that would protect biodiversity and soil quality. We cannot be lax on the laws to tackle this problem. We need to be accountable. As the UN has said, we need a cross-cutting, ambitious plan. We need to match it with the budget, and we need to set firm targets. Thank you. Manuela Ripa.
Desertification is one of the most urgent problems of our time, not in Africa or Asia, but also in Europe. 13 EU countries in the South, Central and Eastern Europe have already said that they're affected. In other parts of Europe as well, we can see drying out of soils. We could see deserts being formed here now. So there has to be urgent action. That consciousness was not present enough at COP16 in Riyadh. In the EU, not enough is being done, that's clear. We can see the silting up and drying out of soils, the wrong way of managing lands. Climate events are speeding up the loss of fertile soil, and hence it's of essential significance that we in Europe have an efficient water strategy, that we adopt the soil law to take that first important step towards combating desertification. Because with desertification, it's like with climate change. It is cheaper to take measures now than to try and clear things up once the damage has been done, because then it's too late.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you. Jean-Marc Germain.
Mes chers collègues,
dear colleagues, Baku, Riyadh, all COPs look the same. They never quite step up to the mark. 40% of soil degraded around the world. 75% of the world's population affected by this by 2050. 75%. And we know who the most vulnerable are. So let's be quite honest about this. This COP was a disappointment. If the EU wishes to promote drought resilience, it should not be so ambiguous. A legally binding protocol on drought, supporting sustainable agricultural practices. But we've seen insufficient financial contributions. The 12 billion promise is all very well, but it's a drop in the ocean, if I can put it like that, compared to the 500 billion needed to restore our millions of hectares of degraded soil. Now Donald Trump is in the White House. Let us show leadership in COP17. Let us take tangible steps for the sake of the planet and future generations. Otherwise, they won't forgive us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Stefan Montreno.
Doamnă comisar, domnule președinte, stimați colegi,
Commissioner, honourable members, desertification affects 13 member states, 9 billion in losses each year. 40 million hectares of land are affected in Romania alone. We need renaturing laws. By 2030, member states must have restored 20% of degraded land. Unfortunately, this legislation is not matched by a commensurate budget. I hope that next year that shortfall will be plugged and we will have tangible resources made available at EU level. We also need to preserve food security. We must invest in smart irrigation systems. We need to capture urban wastewater, reuse it. We need more reservoirs. Science has shown that we can use Horizon Europe funds for desalinization, use this for cost management. Thank you.
Siccità, incendi.
Fires, desertification, all sorts of issues that are affecting us. So we see 13 countries in the EU who are affected by this, including my own, and in the Mediterranean this seems to be an issue. This is threatening food security and also social structure of the areas affected. These areas are the first of climate change's victims that people are still denying. Now we have a challenge at world level, of course. We see some countries at greatest risk, but they're adopting good practices, better resource management, reusing wastewater and precision irrigation. So we need to use these resources. We need to provide more to developing countries than Commissioner Fito is doing, not just small levels of investment. We need to make sure that we move away than ideas such as these huge basins of water. We need to use less water. The multi-annual budget must be a possibility to look at improving policies for the EU and to make sure that our citizens are safe from global heating.
Thank you. Stefan Musuyu.
Domnule președinte, doamna comisar.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. Desertification affects 8% of land, as earlier speakers have said, and the most affected areas are in Central and Southern Europe. Romania is suffering from this scourge. 40% of agricultural land in Romania is at threat of turning into sand dunes, and this is a huge threat to food security for future generations of Europeans. This serious phenomenon requires serious action. Small-scale farms in the regions affected by desertification are at risk, and we cannot abandon them. We cannot leave them to their own devices. We need EU financing to support the efforts made by national governments. I hope we can be wise enough to take common action with the Commission.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you. We will now move on to the Catch the Eye procedure. Let me remind you that I will only give the floor to those that have not already spoken in the course of this debate. Grzegorz Braun is first.
Laudetur Jesus Christus. The worst disaster, highly unnatural disaster that ever hit Europe is you, the European Commission, and the majority of this House. You just cannot help coming up with constant ideas of how to solve problems that you yourself create by implementing your Euro-communist doctrines. The best climate policy that we can and should afford would be good climate for business, instead of over-regulation, over-taxation. I can see that today's debate leads to the new assault, new attack on our nations. The Blue Deal is coming after the Green Deal, and here you have to prepare it by producing some proper propaganda quantum. So this all makes no sense. The European Union, the Euro colossus, should be overthrown. Thank you very much.
Merci. Sousa Silva.
Sousa Silva Ida.
Caro Presidente.
President, Commissioner, desertification is an increasing challenge for the EU, particularly for those member states in the south and those bordering the Mediterranean. Water scarcity, land degradation, and climate change are a harsh reality for many areas of the EU. We're also seeing rural depopulation in the interior because of a lack of activity and competitiveness. And Portugal is hit by this double whammy of both problems. In the Alentejo and the Algarve, we have water scarcity. We don't have enough water for agriculture or for human consumption. And in the border areas with Spain, we suffer from rural depopulation too. We see migratory flows from the interior to the coastal areas, from rural areas to urban areas, and taking these issues together, it's a major problem. We hope that the next MFF will respond to desertification and to depopulation in order to resolve the issue of territorial cohesion which affects our union. Thank you.
Colleague Sean Kelly.
Thank you. Sean Kelly.
Louter and overtalk Shaw, Digana Blue on down. And depending on who you're listening to, between 20 and 40% of land is threatened with desertification, particularly in places like the Sahel, Gobi Desert, South America. I think it's good that the European Union are now emphasising that deforestation in particular has to end in any free trade deals we'll be doing. Within Europe, we will be shortly discussing the next CAP, and obviously protection of the soil, nature restoration are going to be key in that. And I would make one suggestion. Give every farmer in Europe a minimum of 50 trees native to their own area to set on their farm. This would help to restore nature, protect the soils, and a small step to end desertification. Beamish ag dullar the raricale.
Let us continue working on this together, because it is only together that we will achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our highly interesting discussions. I'll now hand over to the Commissioner, Jessica Roswell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honourable members, your interventions show how important it is for the EU to continue tackling the interconnected challenges of droughts, land use, climate change, biodiversity loss and water scarcity together, for our economy, for security and our livelihoods. And they show that we are not ignoring the difficulties we face in current geopolitical climate. And as many of you have also mentioned, we are all affected. And then just also want to say that the Commission is not ignoring, and this is to Mr. Cesar Luena, and I just want to repeat one thing that I said in my first remark. The Commission is responding to the recommendation of the European Court of Auditors by developing a methodology to assess land degradation and desertification for the EU. Although we did not leave Riyadh with all our desired outcomes, we should still acknowledge and build on the important progress that was made. So now we need to keep up the momentum. We need to accelerate implementation at national and international levels and continue our work to agree on the outstanding COP16 decisions, especially on droughts. I also want to say, because many of you have underlined the importance of water and the need to make progress on strengthening our water resilience. As I said earlier also, and I know you know, that the Commission has made it a priority to present a new strategy on this. And I know the Parliament is already making progress and its reports on this, and I thank you today for your input. And I look forward to close dialogue with you and with your rapporteur, Thomas Bayada, and all of you on this important topic. And of course, continuing fighting desertification. Thank you very much for the debate.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you, Commissioner. The debate is now closed. We can now move on to the next item on our agenda, a Commission statement on cryptocurrencies, need for global standards. Is the Commissioner here? Has the Commissioner arrived? Not yet. I suggest that we briefly suspend our discussions to allow the Commission time to arrive. The sitting is adjourned.
So the next item on the agenda is the Commission statement on cryptocurrencies' need for global standards. And as always, we will begin with the Commission, and therefore I will give the floor directly to Commissioner Brunner, who is now here with us. Please, and very warmly welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Honourable members, first of all, sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. I was in the office, actually, but didn't make it here on time. Sorry, sorry about that. And also thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the need to agree on global policy standards for crypto. As you may well know, these standards, of course, do exist and have been agreed in international fora. Let me give you a brief overview of how they came about and where the EU stands in their implementation. International regulatory and also policy organizations have been working on international crypto standards for a number of years now. Early on, there was an international understanding that crypto markets are global markets, are largely unregulated and pose, of course, also risks that need to be addressed. And then in 2023, the G20 unveiled the Crypto Asset Policy Implementation Roadmap, which reflected the policy and regulatory responses developed primarily by the International Monetary Fund, the Financial Stability Board, and standard-setting bodies covering specific areas of finance, such as the International Organization of Securities Commissions on investor protection, or also the Financial Action Task Force on anti-money laundering. The core of these international standards on crypto are the FSB recommendations on crypto asset markets and activities and recommendations for global stablecoin arrangements. And the European Union is the first major jurisdiction to have reflected those standards in law. We have done this by adopting the regulation on markets in crypto assets, so-called MiCA, which has now started to apply. And we have also amended other legislation, such as the Anti-Money Laundering Directive and also the Transfer of Funds regulation. And we are strongly committed to ensuring the global implementation of international standards. We regularly advocate this in the relevant international fora in which we as a European Union participate. Implementation of international standards, of course, is necessary, not only to ensure a minimum level of policy and regulatory convergence internationally, but also to ensure that jurisdictions follow a sensible, common denominator in addressing the risks also posed by the crypto markets. And this is particularly important in crypto markets, which are global in nature, of course. Yes, everyone knows that, with crypto exchanges and platforms operating across borders, and assets also moving on open networks that are widely accessible. And the adoption of international crypto standards has so far been incremental. Indeed, jurisdictions have made progress also in implementing the policy and also the regulatory responses developed by, as I said, IMF, FSB and standard-setting bodies. Almost all FSB jurisdictions have plans to develop new or revise at least existing regulatory frameworks for crypto. Information gathered at the international level suggests that the majority of FSB member jurisdictions expect to achieve alignment with the FSB framework by this year, by 2025. And this is, of course, very good news. We will continue to support relevant international organizations to ensure that the momentum we have now in implementing international standards on crypto is maintained. And we stand, of course, ready to work with jurisdictions that wish to benefit from our experience with MiCA. And this includes, of course, also the US. The US has been heavily involved in defining, together with other partners, the international standards on crypto. And I'm convinced that the new administration is fully aware of the fact that the robust policy response to crypto requires also an international effort. We therefore look forward, of course, to continue working with the US authorities as it considers its policy approach to crypto assets and related service providers. And we would view it as a positive development, of course, if the US were to make progress on crypto-specific legislation that would provide greater legal clarity on the treatment of crypto assets and related service providers, while at the same time also, of course, addressing the risks we are facing. And we believe existing international standards should form the basis of any crypto framework, including, of course, the one in the US, not least because they ensure international convergence in this area and contribute to a level playing field. Our experience in the European Union has shown that ensuring legal clarity is the right way to support innovation in these markets, while mitigating, on the other hand, of course, also the risks we are facing. And developments in the crypto markets since the adoption of MiCA have only strengthened the case for legal clarity. Whatever approach the US ultimately takes, we do hope it will ensure that innovation flourishes while allowing, of course, on the other hand, also bad actors to be weeded out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Brunner. And now we will take the round of speakers on behalf of the political groups, and starting with Mr. Ferber for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Various cryptocurrencies, above all Bitcoin, in recent days have seen new records. And the reason is clear. The new administration in the United States has taken office this week, and they're going to be much more crypto-friendly than the previous administration was. The new US president is in fact talking about strategic Bitcoin reserve being established and making the US a crypto mecca of the world. Donald Trump is serious about this. You can see by the fact that he himself has his own meme coin that has only one goal, and that is to just increase his wealth a degree. And I don't think investors will be falling for it. But whatever your view is on cryptocurrencies, this development is constitutes a problem. Cryptocurrencies are a global issue, but we have no international framework of norms. A change of administration in the US has very quickly meant, therefore, that the market situation has changed very quickly, and consumer protection for European investors as well has been left unprotected. We're seeing the financial markets, from the banking sector to the clearing sector. We have international standards for good reasons. And in the crypto sector, we don't have that. So it's high time to do that. We have the MiCA, the Market in Crypto Assets Regulation. So we are in the breach here. We have a very credible framework that we've established so that we don't have the Wild West rules that we've seen in the US, so that we can have predictability and planability as well for everybody involved. There is a blueprint for international minimum standards that's been established. So, Commissioner, if we want to use this blueprint and find international solutions, is a good idea. It's not going to be simple, but if we don't ever start, we'll never complete it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Fernandez for 1.5 minutes, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. I think we could all agree that we need international standards for crypto markets. And listening to the Commission, you're saying that we need minimum standards, so you appear to be saying this too. But if you just take a glance at what's happening on the other side of the Atlantic, shouldn't we start thinking about the fact that having good intentions is all very well, but we may need to do more to protect Europe? Donald Trump's issuing his own currency, as Markus Ferber said, his wife too, in the run-up to his taking office, showing a lack of respect for that office, in my humble opinion. But I think we should be getting that message in Europe. We should be hearing loud and clear that we just can't count on the US administration. We won't be able to count on them for minimum standards on cryptocurrencies over the next few years. So, good intentions, which we've had for years, they're all very well, but I think we need to be more assertive. We need to apply MiCA. Of course we need to apply MiCA, but we also need to protect our own financial sector, banking sector, insurance sector, look at crypto-derived products coming into Europe too. We need a digital euro to give our own response to emerging needs that investors have.
Next speaker is Mr. Pampi for 2 minutes, please.
Private cryptocurrencies are spreading and are not regulated by democratic forces. We see huge variations, and they cannot be reserve assets. They're only used for purely speculative purposes. They are phantom assets that are not backed up by economic strength. It is a mirage used for shadow dealing. It's a technological game. It is brilliant, absolutely, but there are real risks of circumventing central banks. There's a risk to traditional currencies. We are seeing the fiscal pressures in France rise to alarming levels. What the health crisis showed is that governments may run counter to freedom, so governments may see cryptocurrencies, or citizens, investors may see cryptocurrencies as a safe haven for their assets. We need to look at guaranteeing real currencies, properly manage public finances, so we don't see capital flight.
The next speaker is Ms. Melon for 2 minutes, please.
Szanowni Państwo, Unia Europejska.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the introduction of the MiCA regulation, the EU has become a global pioneer in the regulation of the crypto asset market. And that means we're moving out of the grey area. What's established in MiCA include reporting obligations and establish internal control mechanisms. And this means that there needs to be a separation of clients' assets from the assets of cryptocurrency service providers. These are the foundations that ensure that there's greater transparency and security for investors. It's also important that the member states' interests are protected from non-euro area member states. Cryptocurrencies have no boundaries, but it's obvious that there are differences between the regulations in countries which can significantly reduce that issue. So global regulatory standards need to be brought in. The EU is leading in this field. However, it needs to be cautious so that it doesn't overly choke this sector. We also need to look at markets outside Europe that might take over in that case. Cryptocurrencies have reinvigorated and revived dreams of some of the investors, but some of these dreams now are somewhat weaker because cryptocurrencies nevertheless will remain as part and parcel of our world economy. Our task is to make sure that cryptocurrencies are dealt with as financial instruments. And of course, we need regulations to achieve that. But we need to have regulations that make sure that we'll have safety for investors and not stifle innovation. We can't miss this opportunity. The future of the cryptocurrency market requires a balance between the protection of the interests of customers and the further development.
1.5 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, in the US, Donald Trump dreams of being the crypto president. The result of cryptocurrency bearing his image, another dedicated to Melania, Bitcoin soaring, and the resignation of the chairman of the US Securities and Exchange Commission. During this chaos in Europe, we made a different choice. Regulate to protect. With the MiCA regulation, we laid the foundations for a secure cryptocurrency market, imposing robust measures against money laundering, such as verifying identities and reporting suspicious activity to protect ourselves against terrorism too. Yes, cryptocurrencies have advantages, whether they be new investment opportunities, encouraging young people to get engaged in the sector, or providing vital support in the face of corrupt systems, or in war zones, such as for the Ukrainian diaspora. But they must not become a global jungle for fraudsters and criminals. And to those in Europe who are flirting with the American Bitcoin leaders, are you aware that their real aim is to bypass our official currencies and sabotage our monetary system? Strange bunch of sovereignists. And with AI, or minimum taxation, Europe must push for a global framework. Cryptocurrencies must not become an El Dorado for cheats, but a tool for everyone. Act now, Commissioner, to adopt minimum standards to protect the sovereignty of Europe, the euro, and our fellow European citizens.
Den næste taler er hr. Andresen for 1,5 minut. Værsgo.
Seit knapp einer Woche gibt es den Trump Meme Coin.
We've had the Trump meme coin in place for about a week. No real economic value, a way for his followers to link up with their idol. The funds flow into the coffers of the Trump family. When President Jimmy Carter was elected in the 70s, Trump was already engaging in fraud. Now, what about crypto regulation? We need to be concerned about what is happening. Crypto assets come with great risk. There's a real danger of money laundering. There is no real added value through cryptocurrencies. President Trump is paving the way for unfettered deregulation. He is weakening the financial regulation and allowing for privatization. Let me be clear, that cannot be the path we take in Europe. I am pleased that the larger political groups have expressed scepticism and made it clear that we need international standards and that we cannot go down the same road as the Trump administration. Thank you.
Mr. Andresen, I just want to let you know that it's not allowed to show images here in the hemicycle when you're speaking. Please remember that. The next speaker is Mr. Tridico for 1 minute, please.
Signora Presidente. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, while in the US, with the assumption of power of Donald Trump, Bitcoin has reached unprecedented levels with a meme currency from Trump that's going to win him millions. In Europe, the debate on the digital currencies has been bogged down. It's something that would be very useful. If you had a digital euro from the European Central Bank, that would be a public response to help us. And we would be able to have a stable method of payment, which is not in place at the moment. But this project's been blocked by a number of political parties at the moment. We don't have the force and power to have our own way of approaching this. But we would be able to have an independent strategic European approach to this to stop the Americans from monopolizing electronic payment markets. And we'd be able to build European infrastructure for digital payments. And we would help consumers and sellers of any manner. And we'd also be able to stop the flight of capital and tax evasion that costs $824 billion for tax income for the welfare of Europe every year.
Next speaker is Mr. Aust for 2 minutes, please.
In
recent years, we have seen a global increase in surveillance. Governments can monitor their citizens. And we've also seen a rise in cryptocurrencies. During COVID, Canada saw Government critics have their accounts closed. They struggle to pay their rent. So cryptocurrencies have blockchain technology and prevent citizens against state overreach. That is a good thing. We want to ensure that our money can be protected against state manipulation. We're seeing pressure from central banks. Since 2001, the euro has lost over a third of its purchasing power. Citizens are looking for a currency safe from manipulation. That is the promise of crypto. We heard about Bitcoin being used to finance terrorism and drug trafficking, but most of these crimes are committed using euros and dollars. We stand for the sovereignty of nations, but we also champion the sovereignty of citizens. We trust citizens to make their own decisions. We would like to see more innovation, such as Bitcoin. We want to make it possible for non-politicians that don't understand this to avoid manipulation. The Trump administration has made it clear, let's not be afraid of innovation. Let's seize these opportunities, including technical innovation in the financial sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I have opened up for the blue card option if you would like to use that. And the next speaker is Ms. Doherty for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we've spent the last few months since I've been here intensively talking about the importance of innovation. And it's clear that despite all of the risks it entails, crypto stems from a desire to innovate and operate outside traditional norms and structures. And in general, legislators and regulators should focus on creating the conditions for innovation and sectors to thrive. But in this case, there's vital issues of trust, consumer protection, and there's obviously the serious potential for financial crime that still exists. And yet, on the other side of the Atlantic, we hear the promises of the new administration of the sector, even as the President's own meme coins were launched and then crashed and lost half their value in the space of one weekend. And I think there's serious questions have to be asked about a situation where the most powerful politician and one of the richest men in the world can self-enrich himself through a scheme while purporting to be in charge of the regulators of that particular innovation. And while these questions go unaddressed, the cryptocurrency industry will continue to face serious pushback by some of us in this chamber and outside. The EU's legal framework for the sector seeks to promote innovation while tackling market abuse and the very large elements of criminality. And its full implementation has literally only just begun. It's in its infancy. So I hope that when we eventually come to review and have an international standard, that our efforts will be used for that global standard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Heine Lohme for 1.5 minutes, please.
Despite the hurrah mood in parts of the crypto world since the election of Trump, it's important to look at the facts. I see at least 3 reasons to remain concerned about this bubble. Firstly, despite all the measures adopted, crypto seems to remain the favorite tool for sanction evaders and gangsters, including cocaine cartels, North Korean hackers, Iranian and Russian spies, and fentanyl smugglers. If we want to tackle this problem seriously, let's hit them where it hurts. Secondly, as well outlined by ECB, the recent rise in Bitcoin value benefits mainly a happy few at the expense of the many. From an investor protection perspective, this is far from optimal. Finally, in times of high energy prices and energy scarcity, investing in infrastructure to mine bitcoins is wasting energy. Therefore, it's good to have this debate. We indeed need global standards for crypto to tackle these challenges. And the EU should take the lead, as MiCA and the AML package can give some inspiration. But we should go further. And we need a MiCA 2 to close remaining regulatory loopholes, for example, around NFTs and decentralized finance applications. We count, therefore, on this new Commission to pick up this role and push this agenda forward.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Nikolic for 1.5 minutes, please.
Comme avec Internet, le cloud.
We can see once again that when it comes to crypto money, we are lagging behind the US. More than 8 million French people are involved in investing. Now, of course, we're worried about how to invest in this new technology, the famous blockchain. But the question is how to regulate this, how to tax the profits. And when it comes down to it, that's what terrifies you about crypto. It escapes your technocrats. You want to regulate this, but we're just wondering how to make this work to our advantage. How can we use these technologies to boost our competitiveness? Rather than taxing this, let's try and push for investment in this area. Let's encourage people working in cryptocurrencies to help innovative companies. Let us not have a Musk running things. Let's have a European Musk instead. We need to make crypto useful. In order to do that, we need to get rid of the useless technocrats.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Pelletier for 1.5 minutes, please.
Partout, le
socialism leads to ruin around the world. Cuba and Angola, countries around the world are poorer than ever. Now the left is looking to impoverish Europe. In France and elsewhere, the left are constantly coming up with new standards, new restrictions, new taxes. The old left are decrying success, hard work. Let me say to all of you, leave us alone. When are you going to support entrepreneurs? You are sabotaging their skills. Technocrats are talking about cryptocurrencies, and this is a real sign of a sleeping Europe destroyed by socialists. You are looking to damage and diminish entrepreneurship in Europe. The world at large has chosen freedom through Donald Trump, Elon Musk and Javier Milei, and you are looking to condemn our future. You know plenty of left-wing people who, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, fled to the West. The world is waking up, but you want to remain asleep, hibernating. Listen to me careful. We don't want you anymore. We don't want to be regulated or taxed. We want to be free.
Next speaker is Mr. Boyer for 1.5 minutes, please.
Madame la Présidente.
President, Commissioner, cryptocurrencies are increasingly popular, it seems, falling outside all financial legislation and with full anonymity as an instrument for speculation. Some will get very rich at the expense of others, but there's no benefit to the real economy. It is up to public powers to organise a circulation of currency, to adapt to new practices and to ensure stability in the use of the euro. This is the digital euro project, a digital wallet, an equivalent to a physical currency, with the European Central Bank underwriting it. Unlike cryptocurrencies, it would be guaranteed, securitized, and even where you can't get online, you would be able to use it, and it would have similar anonymity to physical currency. Will allow the EU to conserve and further develop its monetary sovereignty in an increasingly digital world. Co-legislators should move forward rapidly, not least the European Parliament.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Böselager for 1 minute, please.
Cryptocurrencies themselves are just a technology, but I always have to get a bit careful when I see how excited the far right gets about a certain technology. And it just reminds me of a saying that I've heard recently, which is, Not all crypto traders are gangsters, but all gangsters are in crypto. And now with Trump also launching his meme coin, which I think had a value of 40 billion market cap at some point, we really have to ask ourselves how we can get better. The good thing is we already have great standards with MiCA here in Europe that enable the innovation that we need and fight the misuse and the risks that we can see by people trying to agglomerate power and money without end. So what we need to do now is to really set up global standards. We need to transfer MiCA into global standards so that we can have the innovation that cryptocurrencies can unleash, but fight the risks that are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Martins for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President. There's been some kind of financial fraud in every period in history. There have always been frauds and scams, and this is the latest one, cryptocurrency. Unscrupulous people like Trump set up their own cryptocurrency. People decide on their own rules. He's the president, so he sets the rules. It's like a pyramid scheme. And Trump and his acolytes will get rich, but ordinary people will lose out in the dollar zone and in the eurozone. This proposed legislation is a normalization of a scam. It's basically deceiving citizens and setting up crypto assets with contagion to markets, ignoring expert advice from Silicon Valley Bank, past experience, and so on. We should prohibit cryptocurrencies, prohibit the purchase and sale of them by banks to protect people from this huge scam.
Yes, Mr. Stoyanov for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The cryptocurrency is an alternative to the traditional currencies regulated by the central banks. In the last decade, the Bitcoin has shown its potential to change the global financial landscape through decentralization and anonymity. The Bitcoin is now reaches over $2 billion market realization. It is sustainable and stable. Therefore, whenever we speak of regulatory measures, we should be very careful, because this should be done after consulting experts in the industry. The regulation should be based on the basic principles which make the cryptocurrency so successful, which is decentralization and anonymity. If we undermine this, we can undermine trust in the cryptocurrency. Money has been created by people, and it should serve them. Let's leave this market free. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner colleagues. Cryptocurrencies carry the promise of innovation, but also a number of risks. Millions of people see them as an opportunity, but unfortunately there are many who, because of fraud and a lack of clear rules, have lost their lifelong savings, and this requires major caution from governments and their institutions. We cannot rule out cryptocurrencies. They do carry and bring new opportunities in finance, independence and investment, but their development must be anchored in clear principles. One of the clear principles is also the right of citizens to pay in cash, which I consider a major freedom, which needs to be protected. New methods of circulation of financial means must not mean the extinction of the old ones, which are there as a safeguard in the whole system. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain could be jeopardized, for example, by a big development in quantum computers. We need to be ready for all this. This is why I call for the creation of a global standard which will ensure the protection of users, their compensation in case of fraud, market transparency, taxation rules, and also the respect for financial rights of citizens.
Ms. Kolar for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Világszinten növekedik a kriptoeszközökbe való befektetés.
Around the world, we are seeing growing investment in crypto assets. But we all know how risky this is. Trading in crypto assets must be approached cautiously. We need to be realistic in our approach. I think it is good that Europe decided early on to adopt regulations and push for global standards. We know that financial crises do not stop at borders. We also know that cryptocurrencies offer opportunities for black market financing. We need also to remain competitive, but tread cautiously, ensure high standards. That is the course of action we need to take. It is also important that people receive information on these assets so that they can make good decisions in managing their own assets. That's the way to strengthen Europe.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, without regulation, the crypto assets would not be covered. These are financial instruments and they'll be taken advantage of, and we would be taking advantage of as well. We know that ISIS and other terrorists use these, so we see a hostile and violent environment in which this is happening. So it's interesting to see that people today are shouting at us about the problems here, while the Trump administration has destabilized the market himself with launching his meme coin. This kind of experiment of having the law of the jungle when it can't be reined in. Now, we've always said that we have to have rules at international level. We need to protect our people. We need to reinforce the financial stability as well. So this is a high time we have this debate. We need to make a headway on the digital euro and on our own bit tech developments.
Very much. Next speaker is Ms. Andoué for 1.5 minutes, please.
L'essor des crypto-monnaies est un défi.
This is one of the major challenges our states and the EU faces. These alternative systems, such as crypto assets outside the control of central banks, put our monetary sovereignty at stake. We need to ensure economic stability and protect fellow citizens. While Europe is sitting and thinking, others are making rapid progress. In the US, they're supporting these new technologies and making use of them as a strategic lever worldwide with investment in digitalization. Europe cannot sit back and let this happen and have over-regulation. Yes, we need a safe, transparent environment, but we can't just sit back and let this happen to us. We need a paradigm shift. Digital technologies such as blockchain can encourage the emergence of competitive European solutions for our economic and monetary challenges. We shouldn't let people on the outside dictate their standards. Let's build a Europe that dares to do this for itself and become a world leader. We can be strong and visionary if we do that.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Axinia for 1.5 minutes, please.
Mulțumesc. Un aforism care a devenit cel.
Thank you. In recent years, we have heard time and again that rules will be created whether you want them or not. MiCA is a good example. Regulation of cryptocurrencies. The European Union believes in controlling and regulating, but what the EU does not understand is the root cause for crypto. It all comes down to trust. Citizens trust these currencies and they don't trust the complex rules and the political order. They want to protect their assets against inflation. And bypass a system looking to control what citizens do with their money at all times. Attempts have been made to control financial flows, for example, banning cash payments. Will end up like China, where cryptocurrencies are banned if we continue down the current path that we need to learn from the new Trump administration.
Friends, cryptocurrencies are undoubtedly a huge technological development which bring positive opportunities, such as a more inclusive currency, faster cross-border transactions, and revolutionary possibilities through blockchain. In Europe, we should not ignore crypto, but let's not pretend that it is going to be an easy path. There are real challenges here: price volatility, illegal activities, and a lack of consumer protection. These are legitimate concerns which require real action, but at the same time, we should not over-regulate out of fear. If we stifle innovation, there's a risk we could lose out on this momentum, which could make Europe a global leader in the digital economy. Apart from that, we need to be smart, forward-thinking, and flexible in our approach. There is a need for regulation to promote transparency, such as strict measures to prevent money laundering and consumer protection. But we also need to foster innovation by working with private innovators and creating flexible frameworks. We have a unique opportunity here with crypto, and we should seize this opportunity. Thank you.
Antoshi, for 1 minute, please.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. Good morning, Commissioner Bruno. And we're seeing a huge increase in the use of cryptocurrencies by illegal operators. Blockchain, which is making rapid transfers of money possible around the world, which is helping out criminals around the world. And they're very advanced technologies that are being used by these criminals, and we need competent people to be able to combat this. We need to have people with appropriate training. Also, the increase in use of cryptocurrencies has meant that the primary resources that are used by criminals are also gaining in value. We can see that cryptocurrencies in some member states is increasing the wealth of major criminals, and we know that Interpol needs to be on top of this. It's absolutely essential that we have a coordinated approach to have global standards that are shared by all in order to have an effective fight against the illegal use of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Subnevsky for 1 minute, please.
Dziękuję. Noblista.
Thank you. Nobel laureate Friedrich von Hayek said that there is no answer as to why a monopoly on issuing currency is necessary in today's world. When after the 2008 crisis you protected the banks from a collapse which you had indirectly led to, programmer Satoshi Nakamoto said enough. He said enough of the moral hazard used by governments and banks. He said enough to the spoiling of money by issuing it. He said enough of counterfeit money and created Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the best candidate to become a true currency. It's rare, divisible, difficult to counterfeit, and above all, it does not recognize the dictates of banks and governments over it. It is solid. Your attempts to restrict it only make it stronger. Listening to your debates, I think I know what the answer to Hayek's question is. He said that the worst monopoly in the hands of governments is the monopoly of money. You want to destroy cryptocurrencies because they are non-state means of exchange that win out over invigilated, over-regulated, decreed money. However, remember that it is the people who decide what is a medium of exchange, not governments.
Please.
Mulțumesc, doamna președintă, stimați colegi.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, Romania saw a tragic financial operation in the 90s. We saw the system, the secret services working with those in power to empty the coffers of average citizens. And then in the early 2000s, we saw planes flown into the World Trade Center, and it was all about combating financing of terrorism. And in the intervening years, we've seen a growth in cryptocurrencies, people turning to crypto assets. There are also measures taken by governments preventing citizens using cash. We're looking to regulate this through MiCA and other measures, but we're not able to take action that will help citizens looking to take serious action on cryptocurrencies. Thank you.
Well, you are on the speakers list, so therefore I cannot give you a blue card. It's clear in the rules. The next speaker is Ms. Pereira for 1.5 minutes, please.
Rather than exporting legislation, Europe needs to export innovation. Let's be clear, we weren't pioneers in the technology that supports crypto assets, and we should have been. But we didn't waste any time creating regulations, obligations, and bureaucracy. It is clear that crypto assets require a legal framework. They are a financial asset, so there are minimum requirements for transparency and, very importantly, investor protection. But it's also clear that these laws must guarantee security and predictability for those who want to innovate and invest. If here in Europe we're not guaranteeing one thing or the other, how are we going to defend global regulation? Firstly, we have to ensure that the regulation of markets in crypto assets is well implemented. Secondly, we have to support innovation in blockchain, realizing that it is a technology that is not limited to cryptocurrencies, but can and should be applied in other areas. Thirdly, we have to realize that cryptocurrencies are now financial assets like any other. Attempting global regulation has an impact on free competition, market dynamics, and people's financial freedom. We can't live in a financial Wild West when we talk about crypto, but neither can we imprison new projects, new ideas, and new investments that create jobs and opportunities. This is no longer the time to be suspicious of everything new. It's the time to trust those who innovate, who invest, who make a future in the present.
Thank you. Let me just be more specific on the rules of blue card. The rule I used before was Rule 178/10, and the rule states that you're not allowed to use a blue card to ask a person to which group or affiliation you belong to. So that was the reason why I was not allowed to give you the blue card. But you feel free to use the blue card for other persons than people belonging to your own affiliation. Thank you. And it is stated in the rules that that also goes for non-attached members. The next speaker is Mr. Papandreou for 1 minute, please.
Chair, Mr. Commissioner,
From this discussion, I think the answer is staring at us in the face. We have two distinct philosophies, one on one side of the Atlantic and one on the other side. The US is free market, let it bloom, let's have the Trump coin, and then we regulate. Ours is, let's regulate and see what happens. What's happening now is, besides the criminal activities with crypto, it's also used by poor people in countries with inflation. So they put it into a crypto, a very unsafe coin, and then use it, turn it back into their currency. What we need to do is to create the Spinelli coin, which is the digital euro, and to have our own digital crypto competing so that we can impose international standards with safe assets from Europe. We will not be able to regulate the huge space from the rest of the world unless we have our own digital coin that people will trust in, not only in Europe, but internationally. MiCA helps on that. The way we'll impose international standards on MiCA is by having our own innovation in our own Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a blue card. Do you want to accept the blue card? Thank you. From Ms. Ivanovici Sususka, seat 858, please.
Mulțumesc. Ați vorbit.
Thank you very much. You were talking about regulation.
So, please.
Mulțumesc. Ați...
Thank you very much. You were talking about the MiCA regulation. There's a rule that mentions that people who are carrying out transfers with cryptocurrencies have to be people with legal personality, and they have to be able to prove that. They have to be able to act in a professional fashion. Can you tell me, because you're a lawyer, how do you come to the conclusion that these people are conscious and acting appropriately and decently if they are offering these sort of currencies? Thank you.
If I understood the question, we have two ways of using crypto. One is companies which invest, and the other is individual purchases. Those are two separate entities. The companies that use crypto to invest need to be regulated. The individual using it for purchases is not a legal entity and comes under different rules, if I understood you properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to specify, not for you, but when you take a blue card, it's 30 seconds of a question. The next speaker is Ms. Furet for 1.5 minutes, please.
La blockchain cryptocurrencies are born of a simple thinking. Restore control to individuals, strengthen transparency, ensure fair access to open systems. Decentralization, transparency, security, these are essential values underpinning this revolution. Blockchains now go well beyond financial systems. They revolutionize management of digital data and financing, cut across borders. This calls for global cooperation. However, despite the huge potential, there are risks, fraud, unequal access, lack of clear regulation, and that is where there is a responsibility incumbent upon us. We need global standards, not to stifle innovation, but to set a framework. We need to ensure security for users. We need to favorise decentralisation and ensure the right environment for innovation. Europe has taken steps, adopted MiCA, and has partial regulation. We now need to act as a bridge for global dialogue. Blockchain is a unique opportunity for a fairer system. Let's work together to steer this revolution towards a more open, more prosperous future. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Kruttilek for 1.5 minutes.
Vážená paní předsedající.
Chair, Commissioner, we need to approach crypto constructively. Since last year, MiCA is in force, and I believe that its implementation is without major issues. In Czechia, thanks to our MEP Jiří Havránek, we have managed to promote the automatic right to establish a bank account for crypto businessmen, but also being free from tax when you are selling cryptocurrencies after 3 years. I believe this could serve as an inspiration for other member states. Ideas such as taxation of unrealized profits from the sales of cryptocurrencies, this is something I would not recommend. The US approaches differently the regulation of cryptocurrencies, and I believe that achieving a global standard right now is out of question. This is also why we should be careful about any further regulation here in the EU. It is important that over-regulation and an unpredictable legal situation do not encourage startups to move out of Europe. When we are discussing blockchain, this is a technology of the future, which offers a number of practical applications. Next Tuesday, I am hosting in Brussels an event. You are all kindly invited. Among other things, a project by the Czech Technological University will be presented. This is about an innovative blockchain platform for the decentralized issuance of bonds for SMEs. Please stop by.
Hatzi Pantela for 1.5 minutes, please.
Πρόεδρε, Επίτροπε, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. Cryptocurrencies will revolutionise financial sector and could be very interesting. The EU has adopted a regulation to ensure greater transparency, more investor protection, more stability. That will also make it possible for this to be incorporated into the EU system. There is a lack of clear rules at global level, and that has caused scandals, shaking investor confidence. We need a clear system. In Cyprus, banks are highly reluctant when asked to open crypto accounts by companies. However, if we get the right framework in place, banks might feel more confident and we could see a growth in cryptocurrencies. We know that the US has made it clear that they will be very crypto-friendly moving forward. We cannot wait any longer. We need to be proactive. We must take this opportunity, innovate. We need clear, fair rules in this sector at global level. The EU has the wherewithal to lead the way here in cryptocurrencies, and we need to prove our worth here. Thank you.
Debrane for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. Cryptocurrencies, which were a very niche issue, have now taken over all over the world. They've new markets that are opening up other sectors as well. There's a huge potential in blockchain technologies, which can lead to profits for the public sector, for example. It can lead to more effective systems. At home, we're now looking at how we can use these technologies in the care sector, so we can share confidential health data, for example. It's important we do promote new technologies when they arrive, but also there needs to be a degree of control as well. We shouldn't have technology that damages consumers, that leads to money laundering or terrorism. So we're now seeing crypto, which exists at global level, and so we need standards at global level so we can draw on the potential and not stifle it, make sure the technology is used correctly and not used by suspect nations to damage consumers and the systems that we hold so dear. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Solé for 1 minute, please.
Presidente, Comisario.
President, Commissioner, the MiCA regulation has been presented as a regulation of crypto assets, but it's actually a direct threat to citizens. Under the pretext of protecting citizens in the financial framework, it's actually going to undermine financial freedom and innovation. Having global standards for a basically decentralized system is to hinder it. It will mean there'll be no sandboxes for startups. It means that we won't have innovation for crypto. It will mean citizens are not free to choose. This excessive approach, the over-regulation, will remove any incentives. Are we really intending to protect citizens, or are we just protecting certain economic interests? We cannot allow for this approach to undermine decentralization, autonomy and freedom.
Is Kvestor Kovachev for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. The European tech sector faces challenges that creates a perception of stagnation compared to dynamic regions like Southeast Asia and the EU. Yes, in the US, EU is a global pioneer in the introduction of regulations such as the MiCA with the aim to protect customers, but without to hamper the growth. Yes, we need a global standards, and the EU must be in the lead of this introduction, but also we need to wake up. Talent migration is a big concern, with 90% of the EU tech workers willing to relocate to the US for better salaries and funding opportunities. To reclaim the position of Europe needs innovation-friendly policies, including clear regulatory frameworks and sandbox environments for startups that will promote prosperity and growth. The rapid development of cryptocurrency markets highlights the urgent need to educate people on how to navigate the evolving landscape responsibly. Without proper knowledge, individuals and businesses risk falling victims to scams, fraud, financial crimes, or malign global players. Europe needs to act now and act fast. And if we are serious about our fostering competitiveness and to act together with the responsible crypto community and not in a war with them. Are we ready to take bold decisions to ensure our success, or we will be risk again left behind as others seize opportunities which we hesitate to explore? Commission and Council and colleagues, we need to act now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Buda for 1 minute, please.
Doregulować, przeregulować. Regulate, overregulate, and then kill. This is the method of acting of the EU in many issues. This happened with companies, with farmers. Now we're talking about blockchain and cryptocurrencies. It's going to turn out that the entire world is making money with it, and we do not treat it as a chance, but as a threat. Major assets in crypto are being held by China and the US, and in the EU we're thinking about how to limit it. 1 billion people in the world are going to hold crypto assets very soon. In Poland, 12% of people in working age hold cryptocurrencies. So do not overregulate it, because it's going to kill the market and everybody else is going to make money with it. Of course, irregularities must be persecuted, but let's do it reasonably. Right now, it's very difficult to do anything. Those who are going to make money of it are going to do it. And there is no development in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Kenichi for 1.5 minutes, please.
Grazie Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner Brunner. Follow the money. This is the method to really go after organised crime and fight organised crime. And that is what, for the past 40 years, Italian investigative judges have been doing. Follow the money. And the European Prosecutor's Office is not following this mantra. If you have virtual money, then, of course, fighting organised crime becomes more difficult, and you have more opportunities for organised crime as a result. There's low traceability, the scarcity of controls, there's a lack of traceability, and you can move money across borders very quickly, and you can have complex change of transactions. And these are just some of the reasons why crypto currencies and blockchains are useful instruments, increasingly so, for cross-border crime gangs and for terrorist organizations that act globally. With cryptocurrency, you can pay for weapons, human trafficking, and it allows for illicit capital to be laundered and to be reinvested in the lawful economy. So we need to fight this phenomenon. There's the crypto asset markets that we need to go after, and we need new rules on seizure and money laundering, and we have put matters in place. That said, the EU needs to continue to have uniform standards and rules so that we can stop organised crime from using any gaps in our legislation to their benefit. And we really need to go after organised crime and the impact on our economies. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Kelly for 1.5 minutes, please.
Digital and cryptocurrencies present an important opportunity for Europe, provided we establish the necessary safeguards. We must strike the right balance between regulating to enhance consumer protection and promote financial stability, while ensuring we do not hinder innovation or impede the financial inclusion that cryptocurrencies can offer. The MiCA regulation demonstrates Europe's willingness to lead in establishing best-in-class regulatory frameworks. Recent events, such as the collapse of the FTX in November 2022, have shown why proper standards are essential to protect our citizens from irresponsible and even fraudulent market behaviour. However, the new Trump administration's pro-crypto stance provides an opportunity for us to reflect. We hear from the crypto industry that the US is now becoming a more attractive jurisdiction than the EU, with its regulatory approach expected to be looser than ours. On this, I make 2 points. One, here in Europe, we must approach this industry with the same competitiveness lens we apply to all sectors. It is vital to monitor the impact of our regulations and remain adaptable enough to amend them if needed, ensuring we maintain the right balance. Two, those in the crypto industry eyeing Trump's America with enthusiasm might reflect on the Trump coin debacle before this week's inauguration. Be careful what you wish for. Ultimately, the cross-border and decentralised nature of cryptocurrencies demands international cooperation to address clear regulatory gaps, as was stated by the Commissioner and my colleague Markus Ferber. So let us collaborate closely with our global partners to establish clear and enforceable global standards.
Thank you very much. We have now reached Catch the Eye, and I have 6 speakers who will get the floor today. We will start with Mr. Goiking, seat 417, please. Remember, 1 minute.
Klappt? Ja, danke. Is it working? Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, the original idea of cryptocurrencies is to have a global decentralized financial system. And that sounds great, but Bitcoin itself is very risky. 60% of all Bitcoins are maintained by just 18,000 addresses. Now, it's a Wild West mentality, really, that we can see here with Bitcoin. We've seen Trupcoin as well. But at the end of the day, everybody is trying to find people who want to pay more than others have already invested. This is a whole approach based on greed for profit. Cryptocurrencies are a potential catastrophe for fraud. And it's very difficult to have proper rules to be implemented without the help of the USA. For progress, we need to have global standards. That's what we need. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Ms. Grappini, seat 541, please.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner.
we're afraid of tax evasion, but this shouldn't make us prevent innovation. Of course, cryptocurrency is a result of innovation, and you said it rightly. We have a regulation, we have a directive, we're considering international standards because, of course, we're not alone in this world. We have a global market where we work. But in my opinion, the issue is that we should not prevent citizens from using their revenue. We should not prevent companies from investing as they please, and we should have rules that everybody should obey. And you said that you want to take out harmful actors, but you should also consider on how to do this. We need a lot of transparency. I don't know whether you have statistics, for instance, of the number of tax evasion cases in the EU, for instance, or scams where cryptocurrency was used. But we need to have this, and I think we should have this aspect of innovation in mind, of course, with a correct supervision.
The next speaker will be Jungblut. Mr. Jungblut, seat 613, please.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed. I think today's discussion shows once again that we have different perspectives in this Parliament. And in this House, we always have discussions about how we should regulate matters, steer matters, freedom should be curtailed through DSA, and it sounds like the same is true here for crypto. We should make sure that we can curtail it. But the way we see matters is that we have free citizens that are in a position to make their own choices and choose their own currency. And I take the view that cryptocurrency really is the means to be against autocratic states, to move away from the state and from an European Union which is over-regulating.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Brown, seat 857, please.
God bless Bitcoin. Thank God for cryptocurrencies. In this world of oppressive doctrines, where people have less and less of freedom, this is probably the only way we can survive and get away from this massive criminal fraud that central banking is. You say greed, you are greedy with your schemes like Green Deal, Blue Deal, which are nothing else but nothing less than over-regulation and over-taxation. So get away from free people who take financial risk and they have to take it to escape your inefficient and oppressive policies. Thank you very much.
Time is over, please. The next speaker is Mr. Andriukaitis, seat 308, please.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair, Commissioner. Really, it's great to welcome all of you here, and it's a great thing. Somebody talked about that God bless cryptocurrency, but God not only blessed, but also gave 10 commandments. So regulation started from God. So I really wish that you don't forget that. Also, talking about greed and speculations, money laundering, of course, these are great vices. But please remember what happened with the bank crisis when banks collapsed, and then you had to turn to national governments. And when crisis also happened with national banks and cryptocurrencies, you also turn to national governments. When you speak about freedom, please remember bitter consequences, because then you need to really look for support from national governments.
And this round is Ms. Ivanovici-Sosuska for 1 minute, please.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. I've seen that you are very annoyed by the fact that Donald Trump has his own Bitcoin. Good for him. Why don't you do the same? Oh, you love banks, the oppressive banks. As a lawyer, I have seen how the banks mocked their customers, left them without homes, without lands. People committed suicide because of the banks. And you want to have a monopoly on Bitcoin to make very bad regulations because you won't be ever able to guarantee that a person or a company acts honestly and professionally. Actually, no company can act honestly and professionally because of your taxes. I remember the Romanian state, in order to stop me during the pandemic to fight against masks and vaccination, they blocked all my accounts and took all my money from the banks and gave me and fined me with 30,000 euros so that I can be controlled and have no money to raise my children. Bitcoin is freedom.
And then we will wrap up this debate with the Commission and Commissioner Brunner. Please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting discussion, and God bless Europe, I would say. And I would like to conclude maybe this discussion by saying that we, of course, remain strong supporters of international standards for crypto. These represent a common set of principles around which jurisdictions around the world can converge, and these standards ensure at the end an appropriate policy framework for crypto markets, allowing innovation, yes, that is very important, to take place while ensuring that risks are appropriately mitigated. And with this EU MiCA regulation, all of you and most of you were talking about, Europe is the first major jurisdiction to achieve compliance also with international crypto standards. However, the Commission is well aware that our efforts alone, or even a partial international effort, cannot ensure that the risks posed by these global crypto markets are adequately addressed, and it is therefore crucial that the adoption of international crypto standards continues to grow. The US, that was mentioned as well, as a key partner, of course, in promoting the adoption of international standards, and we therefore do hope that the new administration will act as a catalyst for further progress in bringing regulatory clarity to crypto asset markets in the United States. And we would expect that any new policy and regulatory developments in the US fully, of course, reflect international standards. Thanks again for the discussion and for giving the Commission also the opportunity to participate in this very important exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also very big thanks to you, Mr. Commissioner, for being here and taking part of this debate. So now the debate is closed and the sitting is suspended for a few minutes, and it will resume at 12 o'clock with the vote. See you later, colleagues.
Dear colleagues, I think you all want to leave in time for the trains and the flights, so please take a seat so that we can start with the vote. The sitting is resumed. Following the creation of the Standing Committees on Security and Defence and on Public Health, as well as of the Special Committees on the European Democracy Shield and on the housing crisis in the European Union, the political groups and the non-attached members have notified the President of appointments to these new standing and special committees as of the 23rd of January 2025. The list of the committee's members will be published online and in the minutes. The Renew Group, it's not new, and the non-attached members have notified the President of decisions relating to changes to appointments within committees. These decisions will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. Now I have points of order. The first is Jordan Bardella. And please, I want to remind you to say to which article and what the point of order.
Je souhaite faire un rappel au règlement, s'il vous plaît.
Point of order based on Article 133 on Commission declarations. After his inauguration, Trump signed various executive orders wanting to apply his program without delay and immediately. This is a point of order based on Article 133.
About conferences outside or so?
L'article 133 sur les déclarations de la Commission.
It is on Commission declarations, Article 133.
Outside the institutions, sorry.
Il me reste 30 secondes, je vais donc aller au bout, Madame, s'il vous plaît.
I still have 30 seconds, so I will conclude, Madam, if I may.
A debate and for an oral question to the Commission, but we don't have a debate on what the Commission says. Sorry, we don't have a debate on what the Commission says somewhere in the world. So we have the next point. It's Carlo Fidanza. No, sorry, it's not covered by the article you mentioned. Sorry.
L'article 133 du règlement intérieur sur les déclarations de la Commission.
Article 133 of the Rules of Procedure on Commission declarations.
The Commission is not any speech anywhere on any conference. It's another thing, and we checked that beforehand, so no. The next point of order is Carlo Fidanza.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'm taking the floor for a point of order pursuant to Article 215 and Annex 1 to our Code of Conduct. Yesterday there was a press release from our EPP colleague Goetting, and I thank him for it, where there was a Commissioner Serafin confirmation which is worrying. During the mandate, the Commission apparently set aside 700,000 euros for environmental organisations with a view to convincing members of this Parliament to support through their voting the green measures wanted by the former Commissioner Timmermans.
All'utilizzo di risorse.
And public resources are therefore being used.
To ask you what's the point of order, because we had yesterday a debate on that point. You had the opportunity with blue card, with speaking time, with other points to react on what the Commission said. So we don't have a new debate on what was said yesterday during the debate. I was chairing the debate. I know what happened yesterday. Sorry, I want to be strict with the point of order. So thank you very much. It's not a point of order for today. Mr. Fidanza.
Articolo 215. Lei mi deve far concludere
Sorry, the next point. No. Yeah. Your next point.
Ai sensi dell'articolo 215 proporremo una commissione di inchiesta.
Pursuant to Article 215, we suggest a committee of inquiry in relation to this scandalous conduct which involves the European institutions. We want the truth in relation to these scandalous matters. We want to know what amounts have been spent in an irregular way, who the money went to, who's been influenced, and what the result was. And this was also done in relation to other important subjects.
President, to check if in the rules of procedure. We have rules for such committee for inquirement, so we will check if there is a possibility, but thank you very much for that. So we have any points of order more. And now we come to the votes. Yeah, please. But point of order.
Chciałem tylko przypomnieć, że
I'd just like to remind you that yesterday, on the left side of the room, there were 2 points of order, 2 items on the agenda, on the Middle East that were admitted without any problem, which were not about the EU. And today, when we're talking about the EU, you are saying that this is not an EU matter. This is a scandal.
Make clear.
wy po prostu
I was not chairing yesterday.
nienawidzicie demokracji. Nienawidzicie wolności słowa. Excuse me.
No, please. No, it's not
May
a
I
point of
express
order.
my point of order?
No.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Madam President.
Sorry, we have clear rules what are points of order. And some colleagues are very generous when there are actual accidents or things that are happening. But sorry, we have to stick to the points of order because on Monday we have the 1-minute speeches, so that with the 1-minute speeches you can make your positioning to special issues you want to raise. But we are here exactly there for points of order, and that is what I exercise clearly to the rules. And there is no discussion about what has happened yesterday or the week after or in 20 weeks before or later. Sorry, we have clear order to rule it like it is. And now we go to the votes. We come to the joint motion for a resolution tabled by 5 groups on the case of Jean-Jacques Wandeau in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I come to the first vote, Amendment 3. By roll call vote, I open the vote. And I close the vote. And it is rejected. We come to Amendment 2. By show of hands, who is in favour? Who is against? Abstentions rejected. Amendment 4, by roll call vote, I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. We come to Amendment 5, by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to the final vote on the resolution as a whole. Who is in favour? Who is against? Abstentions? Adopted. Now we come to the next point. The joint motion for a resolution tabled by 5 groups on the systematic repression of human rights in Iran, notably the cases of Baghlan Azizi and Rishta Muradi, and the taking of EU citizens as hostages. I come to Amendment 4. By roll call vote, I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. We come to Amendment 2. By roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. We come to the original text on paragraph 6 in 2 parts. First part, who is in favour? Who is against? Abstentions adopted. Second part, who is in favour? Who is against? Abstentions adopted. Amendment 1, who is in favour? Who is against? Abstentions rejected. We can check. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to Amendment 3. By roll call vote, I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. We come to the original text on paragraph 7, first part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Second part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to the joint motion for a resolution tabled by 5 groups on the case of Boualem Sansal in Algeria. Amendment 4 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 5 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 3 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. We come to Amendment 2 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. We come to Amendment 6 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 7 by show of hand. Who is in favor? Who is against? Abstentions? I think it was rejected. Then we can check. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to the joint motion for a resolution tabled by 5 groups on the Russia's disinformation and historical falsification to justify its war of aggression against Ukraine. Amendment 4 by show of hands. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions rejected. Original text of paragraph 6. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Amendment 5. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions rejected. We come to the original text in 7 parts. Who's in favor? By roll call vote. Oh, sorry, the original text of paragraph 9. Sorry. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Now we come to paragraph 10, original text in 7 parts. First part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Second part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Third part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Fourth part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Fifth part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Sixth part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Seventh part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to paragraph 12, original text by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to Amendment 6 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. So we come to the original text in 2 parts. First part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Second part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to Amendment 7 by roll call vote. I open the vote. And I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 8 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 9 by roll call vote. I open the vote. And I close the vote. And it is rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to Amendment 3 by show of hands. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 2 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. I open the vote. And I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to the joint motion of a resolution tabled by 3 groups on the situation in Venezuela following the usurpation of the presidency on the 10th of January 2025. We come to paragraph 1, original text by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to Amendment 2. By roll call vote, I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to paragraph 2, original text in 2 parts. First part by roll call vote, I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Second part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to Amendment 3 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to the original text of paragraph 4 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to the original text of paragraph 5 in 3 parts. First part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Second part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Third part by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Now we come to the original text of paragraph 6 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Second part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions rejected. Now we come to Amendment 1 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. Amendment 5 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to Amendment 4 by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is rejected. Now we come to Amendment 6. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions? I think it is rejected, but I would like to check. I open the vote. I close the vote. and it is clearly rejected. Now we come to recital A, original text in two parts. First part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Second part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Recital F, original text in three parts. First part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Second part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. Third part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions adopted. We come to the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted. The sitting is suspended. I will resume at 3 o'clock with the major interpellation EU funding of physical border protection structures such as walls, fences and other barriers at the external border. Have a good lunch or travel back. Thank you very much. Das gibt jetzt erstmal Protest von
Kolēģi, sēde ir atsākta.
Good afternoon. The sitting is resumed. The minutes of yesterday's sitting and the texts adopted are available. Are there any comments? If there are no comments, the minutes are approved. The next item on the agenda is major interpellation, Rule 145, EU funding of physical border protection structures such as walls, fences or other barriers at the external border. I shall give the floor to the mover, Mr. Jack Madison, for 1 minute. You have the floor.
Sveiki, paldies. Anyway, thanks so much. First of all, we have pretty many members here on the last day of the week. First of all, in September 20, 30 members of the European Parliament, so pretty many, have addressed a written question to the Commission. Unfortunately, we haven't got any answer in 6 weeks, so c'est la vie. And the result is that we have to discuss the question here. And I'm even more happy that at this very important topic, we can ask directly from the new commissioner from Austria, who understands probably very well about the consequences of the illegal migration, about security, about the defense questions. And the question was about the EU funds, and is there any kind of consideration in the European Commission to finance also the projects to protect our external borders physically? For example, in February 2023, the European Council implored the Commission to immediately mobilize substantial EU funds and means in order to help countries bolster their border protection capabilities and infrastructure. Commission President von der Leyen has stated that the EU will act to strengthen our external borders, specifically by providing an integrated package of mobile and stationary infrastructure, from cars to cameras, from watchtowers to electronic surveillance. Unfortunately, we understand it very well that it's not enough to fight against, for example, for the hybrid attacks by Russia, where they are using thousands of people as a weapon against Finland, against Poland, Lithuania, maybe next day to Estonia. And if those people are used by Russians as a hybrid attack, how can we stop to move them to Germany, to Austria, to the inside of the European Union, thanks for the Schengen free moving what we have? And that's why we had only 2 concrete questions. Why has the Commission not yet recognized the reality on the ground at the EU's external borders and moved to lift its anachronistic moratorium on EU funding for physical border barriers? And secondly, considering the ongoing hostile activities at the eastern border and the member states have taken to constructing border barriers to counter the instrumentalization of migrants, will the Commission change its approach and support member states' external border barrier projects financially via the EU budget? Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask to take floor for the Commission, Commissioner Brunner. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honourable members, thank you first of all for bringing this very important topic to the agenda this afternoon. And let me start by saying that I fully agree with the, I would say, imperative of reinforced management of our external borders. It must be, of course, us and not the smugglers who decide who comes to our European Union and under what circumstances also. And this is all the more imperative given precisely the hybrid threats you mentioned. Our response must be as united as it is resolute, I would say. And coming from a Ministry of Finance for the last 3 years, let me allow to start maybe my intervention with some figures also. In 2024, we saw a 38% drop in irregular arrivals compared with the previous year. So it's 239,000 compared with 386,000. And this includes a sharp 78% drop on the Western Balkan route and 59% fall on the Central Mediterranean route. And as stated, and you mentioned that by President von der Leyen in her latest letter also to the European Council, this is the result of the EU's active engagement with our partner countries, and it is working. We see that, and we must continue, I think, to pursue these efforts. But, and you mentioned that correctly, in parallel, we are very much aware that some regions are still under pressure, of course, and in particular, there was a threefold increase in irregular crossings at the eastern border, in part as a result, as you mentioned, of instrumentalization of migrants by Russia and Belarus also in their attempt to destabilize the European Union and undermine also our security. And as a response, last month, the Commission issued a communication on countering hybrid threats from the weaponization of migration and also strengthening security at the EU's external borders. And the Commission recognized that member states can take proportionate, on the one hand, and also temporary measures to address the threat posed by both Russia and Belarus. And member states have the responsibility, of course, also to maintain law and order and safeguard national security. That's pretty obvious, but they do so with the support of the European Union level and also its budget on a European Union level. And those member states bordering Russia and Belarus have recently received additional funding of 170 million euro to enhance border surveillance altogether. And this is just part, actually, of the broader picture of EU budgetary support to border management. All EU funding for border management has more than tripled over the past 3 multi-annual financial frameworks, the famous MFF, up to 7.7 billion allocated for the border management and also visa instrument in the current 2021 to 2027 period. With these funds, the European Union is building one of the most advanced border management systems in the world, and the largest share of this amount, that's 4.3 billion euros, is allocated directly to member states under their national programs. Also the EU's decentralized agencies, Frontex, EU-LISA, EUAA, of course, the Asylum Agency, they also play a key role when it comes to border management, and their budget for the current period amounts to 9.8 billion euros. And in the future, the strengthening of Frontex, and we discussed that in several dimensions, the strengthening of Frontex with increased operational capabilities, including a tripling of its standing corps, will also further contribute to supporting the member states, because that's what Frontex is here for, in addressing the challenges at the external borders. I would therefore argue that not only has the Commission recognized the reality on the ground, but it is actively also supporting enhanced border management with substantial means, actually. I would also underline that this remains a key priority for me and for the Commission in general, and we are committed to continue strengthening the EU's external borders and supporting the member states, of course, both operationally and financially, to boost border surveillance. I'm also very keenly aware, however, that budgets are limited, and the EU budget, of course, is no exception here, and it is essential to make the most out of every single euro, channeling it to where it is most effective at the end of the day and has the biggest impact, of course. And given these considerations, the Commission has so far focused funding where the needs are the most urgent and where European money can have a real added value I would say. And this has included financing for, as you mentioned, for mobile and stationary units, for border surveillance systems and equipment, for refurbishment also of border crossing points, new installations for IT systems, plus also, of course, the maintenance of the equipment. And all this increases situational awareness on border control capabilities, which are, of course, crucial for effective border protection, combined, as I said before, combined with continued support and also continued deployment by Frontex. And that is the picture of today. EU funding is available to member states to provide well-equipped and also modern infrastructure for a very high level of security at the European external borders, and to help also combating irregular migration. That is, must go hand in hand, and on top of this, member states can decide, of course, themselves to finance structures such as fences, for instance, themselves, while always ensuring, of course, respect for fundamental rights. Now, going forward, the next step, and that is very important, what I'm going to say now. Going forward, Mr. Madison, and following the trend, of course, also observed in the last years, it is clear that the overall needs for border management must be reassessed as part of the preparation also of the next multi-annual financial framework of the MFF, and a process that is currently underway and that should, of course, not be preempted. We will, of course, take into account the border management needs we have for the next months and years to come, which must be considered in a, I would say, in a holistic manner for the different needs, priorities and resources also available, whilst always ensuring that measures are, of course, proportionate and respect also fundamental rights, as I said before. And here, the views of the European Parliament in preparation of that process are, of course, incredibly important. And at the same time, constant engagement is necessary to achieve results on external border management, and the European Union will continue to deepen this comprehensive and strategic relations that it is building with key countries of origin, but also key countries of transit, of course, including also migration in the spectrum of key interests covered also by these agreements altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tagad vārds Eiropas Tautas partijas grupas vārdā.
On behalf of the EPP, Mr.
President, Commissioner, I'd like to address the topic of today on two levels, on the procedural one and on the content one. On the procedure, as a representative of this House, of course, I also need to underline the request towards the Commission to respect the timelines and, of course, to adhere to the timelines. There's a reason why we set timelines for the answering of the question, and I think that we can do more, actually also to work together to come closer again in that sense. On content, as it is mainly about instrumentalization, where, by the way, the ECR had the rapporteurship in the previous term, I think the question here at stake does not necessarily reflect the dynamic in the policy field. The Commission President, they are in close debate with the Member States concerned. There are proposals on the table, both with financial support and additional money, but also in the adaptation of the policy response. And on a general remark, Europe is the strongest when we act together, and we as EPP will make sure to do so further down the road. And while I say that some here in the House need to accept that there is a thing such instrumentalization, that it is part of hybrid attacks and it needs to be seen in a geopolitical context, other parts here in the House also need to accept that as well. Because the very same reason why we are speaking about this cynical state-sponsored and state-accepted smuggling business is Moscow and Minsk attacking, trying to pressure the European Union. So at least actors, some here in the House, want to align closer with. I would call that cognitive dissonance, but solve that out on your own. Rest assured that we as EPP will go forward working on a common solution as a European Union that is strong and proud of its roots and values. Thanks.
Paldies. Tagad vārds sociālistiem.
Thank you very much. Now on behalf of the Socialists and Democrats, Ms. Ana Catarina Mendes.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Dear colleagues, I was very concerned at your last few words, Commissioner, if I may. In 2021, when the budget for integrated border management was confirmed, the Commission said that the EU will not pay for walls, fences or other barriers. But you're now saying you will build fences. On behalf of the Socialists and Democrats, we fully agree that we need to manage our borders, but managing our borders does not mean violating human rights, which is something that unfortunately we've seen on many occasions. So budget allocations, and if there is to be further budget allocation to borders, to this fund, this cannot be used for CCTV cameras, for fences and for walls, because we have decided on a migration policy for the EU, which is a long-standing policy. And what I wanted to say to you, Commissioner, is that you should take account of the data which we provided. We provided data yesterday. I did that in my speech as well. We've seen a decrease in irregular arrivals in 2024 of 38%. You referred to that. So we need to be careful about instrumentalization of the Migration Pact. We need to be clear that you can't stop migration in the same way that you can't stop the wind. There are migratory flows there. Even Frontex itself has been accused of violating fundamental rights. And I conclude with this, President, the platform for citizens' cooperation for those without documentation alerted that there is systematic violation of human rights at borders. Please continue to be the guardian of the treaties and protect citizens.
Nākamajam vārds Eiropas Patriotu grupas vārdā Andras Laslo kungam pusotra minūtēm.
On behalf of the Patriots for Europe, Andras Laslo for 1.5 minutes.
Countries want border walls and other barriers against illegal immigration, and the EU should pay for it. The majority of European leaders demanded that the European Commission immediately mobilize substantial funding for this. This was 2 years ago, and Ursula von der Leyen did nothing. What did the Commission do instead? They sued Hungary for defending the EU's external borders. For not allowing illegal entry into the EU, Hungary received a €200 million fine. In addition, they demand that we pay a fine of €1 million for each and every day that we refuse to give up our efforts to keep illegal migrants out of the EU. European citizens don't want a Christmas like in Magdeburg. They don't want a New Year's Eve like in Brussels or Cologne. Europeans want tough border protection on the outer borders of the European Union. The radical ideology of Brussels elites about open borders is a failure. It goes against the will of EU governments, it goes against the will of European citizens, and it goes against common sense. And ultimately, European citizens pay the highest price for it. In 10 years, Hungary has already spent €2 billion to defend the EU's borders on the south. In the east, several countries are now spending vast resources to keep illegal immigrants out. Pay for the fence in Hungary, pay for the fence in Finland, pay for the fence in Poland, and all other countries that defend our external borders. This was the demand of the European governments, so that European citizens won't have to pay with their blood. Thank you very much.
Paldies. Tagad Eiropas konservatīvu reformistu grupas vārdā runās Joachim Stanislav Brudzinski.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brudzinski now for 2.5 minutes.
Szanowni Państwo, od czerwca 2020.
Thank you very much. Since June 2021, Poland, Latvia and Lithuania are experiencing a crisis on the border with Belarus. Several thousand migrants from Africa and other continents are attempting to cross the Polish border to reach the west. Finland has also seen a similar situation. Mr. Lukashenko is deliberately trying to smuggle these migrants in. The new crisis regulation in the Migration Pact talks about the instrumentalization of this from the point of view of asylum. There's a quite specific set of criteria that need to be applied by the member states if they're attacked in this way. However, we as Europeans expect more assertive solutions from the EU to cover the problems we're facing. These sort of solutions need to look at bolstering border infrastructure. Europol, Frontex, and other institutions should be supported. We need to have successful international cooperation in this area, including with third countries. Ladies and gentlemen, there's something else I'd like to recall. When Putin's hybrid war started, we saw very hypocritical political theatre going on. Not just the left in the parliament, but others too have attacked the previous Polish government quite heavily because the Polish government was protecting its eastern border. The EPP leader at the time, Donald Tusk, spoke of women, children and migrants who had to be allowed in to Europe. And on the Belarusian border, there were activists there who attacked the Polish border control and Frontex as well. And now we're seeing a miracle. Donald Tusk is now talking about the necessity to protect the external borders all of a sudden. Manfred Weber congratulated Donald Tusk for having got rid of the PIS government, as it were. And I'd like to answer Mr. Weber. Without the policies of the former PIS government, we would have hundreds of thousands more illegal immigrants in European capitals. Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew Europe, Ms. Fabienne Keller for 2.5 minutes.
Commissaire Cheikh Magnus Brunner.
Dear Robert Ziller, President, dear Magnus Brunner, Commissioner, we've had this debate many times. Despite logical, factual arguments and statistics showing that building walls at borders does not work, it's not in our European DNA, here we are again nonetheless. The far right aren't happy with... but building walls at borders doesn't deal with illegal migration as an issue. Of course we have to protect our borders, we're working on it, and the Commissioner has described what we're doing. But the best way to manage migration and the best way to protect our borders is to implement the pact, which is not fully in effect yet. The pact also includes border protection and expediting border procedures, rapid border procedures, rigorous screening, asylum and migration database, additional resources. The pact also includes a section on cooperation with third countries to prevent irregular departures, combat migrant smuggling, cooperate on readmission, and promote legal channels of access. These are the kind of innovative measures that we must finance with the European budget. The European budget must be used to bring people together. The European budget must be put at the service of citizens and solidarity. The European budget, dear colleagues, must build bridges, not walls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now for the Green Group, Ms. Melissa Camara, 2 minutes.
Monsieur le Commissaire. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner, honourable members. Barriers, barbed wire, fences, that is the obsession of some politicians in Europe. Wherever countries have thrown up walls, we've seen suffering and despair. Some 60 walls crisscross the globe, concrete and wood. For 20 years, we've seen more and more barriers constructed on European Union borders, Hungary, Greece, Spain, Bulgaria. 13% of Europe's land borders are closed. Walls seem to be the only political solution offered. Look at the US, Mexico, Trump's wall, steel and mistrust. Each year, hundreds of thousands seek to cross those walls and barriers for a better life. We see that in Melilla and Ceuta. These barriers do not solve anything. They destroy lives. They decimate dreams. What happened in Melilla in 2023? We saw the gas used.
D'accord. Sans soin.
23 lives destroyed. How many more lives are lost around Europe? Fences will only lengthen the journey, not stop people. We will drive people into the hands of illegal trafficking. We know that people are struggling with war, the climate disaster, persecution around the world. As I said yesterday, let me reiterate here, nobody leaves their home and their family and their loved ones by choice. Walls do not protect us. They divide us. They create hatred. Walls will never suffice. And so now we have drones, CCTV cameras, digital surveillance along Europe's borders. I will continue to say that this is a matter of humanity and solidarity. Fortress Europe is not my Europe. My Europe is one of open arms, human rights, equality. We will never accept more and more extreme measures as pushed by the far right, that billions wasted each year. What do those protective measures deliver? We see death and despair. Human must choose solidarity, humanity and bridges.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the SN Group, Ms. Christian Andersen. Europe's being attacked, not through tanks or rockets, but through the migrants storming our borders, which are being used as a weapon against us. And it seems to work because we have crazy left-wing people saying that pushbacks are illegal. Pushbacks, the consistent rejection of migrants at the border, are the most effective way of stopping illegal crossings of the border. And this attack on our countries can be defended. The fact that we can't use that tactic is thanks to a lobby from pro-migrant NGOs who are trying to play the moral high ground. Their agenda is not just risking Europe, it's risking not just risking the EU, it's risking the whole of Europe. Everybody has the obligation to protect their borders. The idea that this is illegal is the most ridiculous lie that Europe has ever maintained. And of course we need physical barriers on the external borders. They work, they protect us, they're legal, and they're legitimate. These fences and walls are nothing more than a hard form of pushback in concrete and barbed wire. So let's build these borders and walls. They're protecting our citizens. You, Commissioner Brunner, should also have noted by now that the political landscape is changing. Your Christian Democratic partner will soon be the junior partner of the FPÖ. You're going to have to change course anyway. Why not now? And if not now, when then? But the next elections, I'm sure, will show us that European citizens will no longer elect parties who fail to protect the borders. They won't elect parties who reject the security of their own citizens and sacrifice it on the altar of groundless claims of those who want to have mass immigration. And that is merciless coming unto us. So do something properly and do it now. Thank you. Mr. Belleris for 1 minute.
Κύριε Επίτροπε, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι.
Commissioner, colleagues, the funding of physical infrastructure for border protection is a solution that has been proven to work. We've seen that in my country, where the river Evros has protected Greece historically, and the deterring of illegal crossings with the Evros fence has worked because it shields the land borders of Greece and the Union and protected Greece and Europe from the attempt to instrumentalize the migration issue by Turkey. It pushes migrants into legal channels of entry and protects the rights of those who every day bear the pressures of immigration. The citizens of Evros have been bearing a greater burden than the rest of us. It's more critical than ever to show them they're not alone. The debate on migration has always been ideologically charged, but we have to protect the individual rights and freedoms of both immigrants and citizens of the Union. We should not have the prejudices that some had in the previous Parliament that were eroding the approach with respect for human rights too. We should show resolve in the new era.
Thank you. Maria Laurent, a minute and a half. Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, honourable members. Physical barriers to protect our borders. That is what we are here to discuss. In fact, this is PC language to refer to walls, fences, barriers. This harks back to a bleak period in our history. The European community was built on an ideal of hope, openness, peace. We want to tear down walls as we did on the 9th of November 1989 when the Berlin Wall fell. To finance such infrastructure would be to insult the ideal of European construction, the European project. Instead, we should defend democracy, which is threatened by populists, not migrants. As I said yesterday in this House when we discussed the link between criminality and migration, what I said was that we need positive migration, legal routes. We need credible partnerships with other countries. That is not an idiotic statement. It is common sense. That is what respecting human rights is all about, common sense. Thank you. France Jamais, 1 minute.
30,000 personnes.
30,000 people died trying to cross the Mediterranean, pursuing a non-existent El Dorado that you've been selling them. Tragic deaths. And if we're talking about combating illegal immigration, actually the ideology of having a borderless world is where the responsibility really lies. And the fact that you've rolled over in front of smuggling, human trafficking facilitators, we're now seeing the result of that laissez-faire policy. We need to build infrastructure to stop the migratory flow because of its burden on our economy, society, and security for our fellow citizens. We need a legal arsenal to do that, and we also need the political will in order to achieve that. And to get there, we have to be courageous enough to say, listen, if you come onto our territory, you will be expelled. You will be returned.
Thank you. Riho Terras, 1 minute.
Thank you, Vice President. Dear colleagues, authoritarian regimes surrounding the Union have used migration as a tool to impose political and economic pressure. The member states on the eastern flank have been under the pressure from the Russian regime and confronted with immigration attacks for several years now. It is our united and coordinated task to defend our borders against the attempts of weaponized migration and stop the illegal immigration entering the EU. I strongly support more EU-funded initiatives to strengthen our external borders and the use of the EU budget to build fences, as Commissioner Brunner mentioned, I support very much. We need to invest to improve physical infrastructure as well as into innovative solutions. I'm also glad that the Frontex is preparing to open a permanent base in Estonia and increases its presence along the EU eastern borders to combat migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have a catch the eye procedure, and I have 3 speakers on my list. I will give a floor as the first Kinga caller. Floor is yours. Micro, please.
Is it okay now? Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Európát csak mi, európaiak tudjuk megvédeni.
Europe can only be defended by the Europeans. We have to strengthen the external borders against illegal migration and against organized criminals. The TISA party wants Hungarians to be able to live in peace. We don't want illegal immigrants. We don't want any criminal organizations. We don't want criminals who are released from prisons, neither in Hungary nor in the rest of Europe. Bolstered border management is a European task, and so the European Union has to make sure that the budget goes to that aim, and the TISA party demands this. Thank you.
Bogdan Rżonca. Floor is yours, Bogdan.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, President. I would like to pay tribute to a young 21-year-old Mr. Szydko, a Polish soldier, aged 21, gunned down by criminals at the Polish-Belarusian border. He was murdered. We, the Poles, protect the EU external border when Putin, Lukashenko send illegal migrants to Europe, this hybrid warfare. Will you, having your fun here in the European Parliament, watching films of Poles mocking Polish soldiers protecting the border? I will never stop reminding you of this fact. I am pleased that the Commissioner has now taken a firm decision. We've been calling for funding for border management for years, and yesterday you all applauded Donald Tusk, who said here that the Polish Law and Justice Party was engaging in propaganda. All we were doing was defending the EU's external border.
Please.
Ja, danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Ich hatte selber die Gelegenheit als Bundestagsabgeordneter.
Thank you, President. I had an opportunity to visit the Bulgarian external border as a member of Parliament, and there was some complaints about lack of humanitarian aid, but then we've heard from Mr. Brunner saying we need more support for border protection. That's one thing, but we need more will to have Fortress Europe. We need to have a new iron curtain on the external border, but within Europe we need order as well. We can't have millions of criminals and migrants coming in. We need millions of re-migrants, so people returned. As Mr. Brunner said, this hasn't happened, and until this central task is not being assumed by you, then your pretty words aren't going to be believed by me or anyone else.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are closing catch the eye procedure, and now I would like to ask to take the floor for the Commission. Commissioner Brunner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members. Thank you very much, first of all, for your interventions. Border protection, I think we all agree, is a shared responsibility. We know the dimension of the challenge, definitely, and we'll continue to dedicate also massive resources to meet it in cooperation, of course, with national authorities, with the EU agencies also dealing with the topic, and also partner countries of origin and also of transit, as I said in my former statement. EU funds, of course, will have a strong role to play in this, and the preparation of the next MFF will be the moment to reassess the needs for border management and how these can be better addressed, whilst always ensuring, and that is also very important, that measures are proportionate and, of course, respect the fundamental rights. And I stand ready to engage with you on this in the weeks to come. I think that is very important, and I stand, of course, also ready to listen to you all. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Commissioner. Colleagues, the debate is closed at this point in agenda. Nākamais darbs kārtības punkts bija paredzēts balsojums.
We now have provision on our agenda for explanations of votes. We have not, however, received any requests, and so the meeting can be adjourned. The minutes will be prepared, and if there are no objections, I will submit the resolutions adopted at today's sitting to the persons and bodies named in the resolutions. The next part session will take place on the 29th of January in Brussels. The session of the European Parliament is adjourned. This sitting is closed. Thank you.